And now, before we proceed with the lecture sessions of the conference, allow me to introduce the respected speakers who will deliver the opening remarks. Unfortunately, I just found out that the first speaker, Lucia Núñez, Director of the Department of Research and Development from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports, cannot arrive. So the first speaker of today will be Jan Hrušák. Welcome. Jan Hrušák is a special envoy on research infrastructures at the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports. He is also vice co-chair of the EOSC steering board and the member of the board for the Czech Republic. And in addition to being an experienced scientist, he's also a diver with a passion for wreck diving. So, welcome.
Yet anything that deserves applause. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have been asked by the organizers to deliver some very brief messages about my understanding of the EOSC development. I've been given like 3 minutes time, and therefore I will indeed be very, very brief. Yesterday night I also learned that I shall speak also on behalf of the ministry because Lucia cannot participate due to important personal matters here, and therefore I shall welcome you also on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports. We all know that the ministry is playing a crucial role in the implementation of the EOSC initiatives in the Czech Republic, and this conference comes very timely as over the last few months the EOSC activities at the European level have gained further momentum. Let me start by saying that the Czech Republic is fully aligned with the development within the European Union, and in many circumstances we are considered even as a role model. Many of us are participating at different levels in the EOSC implementing and governance bodies at the European level, working in different groups of the EOSC IESBL association, or contributing to the implementation of various EOSC-related projects. At the national level, the ministry has established a coordination board for the European Open Science Cloud, a body which is leading the implementation of EOSC-related activities in our country and is pivotal for strategic engagement of national stakeholders across research and innovation communities. And again, many of you are participating on this initiative. This coordination board, in close collaboration with the ministry, is developing a national strategy for the design of EOSC and EOSC-related data infrastructures, which is not only the topic of today's conference, but also very, very important to implement EOSC as such, as investments into infrastructures are very pivotal for the successful implementation of this thing. Here it shall be mentioned, but everybody knows that we are using the advantage of the European cohesion policy funds. The intention to develop a robust national data infrastructure framework embedded into a coherent, robust policy and effectively linked to the European environment is the core of our activities. Which brings me to the second part of my introductory remarks, and I will be even briefer here. namely the European dimension. And let me just very sketchy comment on the current developments. In October this year, the EOSC EU node was officially launched during the EOSC symposium in Berlin. And it is already now capable to provide some basic functionalities. Already the few first days attracted over 1,300 users, and the node is subject of testing by the community. All of you may have access to it and try it out. The tripartite EOSC governance, which is composed by the EOSC Association, the European Commission, and the EOSC Steering Board representing the member states, has made a significant and important progress towards developing an operational EOSC federation that will consist of many national, thematic, and institutional EOSC nodes. Currently, we are trying to develop the basic principles on which this system shall be operational, and it will be piloted very soon. Some of you may have been participating in the survey organized by the EOSC Association, where over 120 organizations expressed interest to contribute to the EOSC development by creating an EOSC node. We in the tripartite governance have already now endorsed criteria for identifying and selecting these so-called potential candidate nodes for the first wave. And the selected candidates should start their activities already as early as in the beginning 2025. But it shall be also stressed that next waves shall follow very soon, and we hope that also some participants from the Czech Republic will be more present than they are at the current stage. At the same time, the EOSC Association has developed a federation handbook, or is developing a federation handbook, and this handbook shall provide practical guidance for the development of the federation, including some key components such as the EOSC architecture, the governance, its operation, scientific resources, and policies. And this is the last point I would like to address here, and this is that the EOSC Federation formation activities that are now accelerating have forced us in the EOSC Steering Board to continue the post-2027 discussions in terms of governance and future funding. Different models are explored, and a workshop will be organized next spring to explore further the roles of the different bodies in the future governance. The workshop also shall include an exchange of best practices, and again here I would highlight the Czech example, national approaches to node development, and it will give opportunity to analyze in more detail the potential of the national contributions to EOSC after 2027. It will also take into account the proposal for the future framework program on which we are preparing a position. It is clear that large collaborative effort is key to making EOSC reality. We see that here in the Czech Republic, and we understand that only working together across borders, we can create an environment that accelerates discoveries, foster open science, and ensure that research is accessible to all. This conference is a piece in the mosaic, and I'm looking forward to hear many, many interesting contributions, and I hope that we in the Czech Republic will play a role to shape the future of open science together with others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hrušák, for the inspirative speech. And now let me welcome Luděk Matyska, who is a member of the EOSC steering committee and a professor at the Masaryk University. He is specialized in computing and research infrastructures. He also serves as the director of eLTER-ERIC Center, which provides advanced computational services to both the Czech and international scientific communities. Throughout his career, he has been dedicated to building national and international e-infrastructures that support scientific research. And you might not know it about him, but I think he truly likes his wife's cats.
For the introduction. Welcome once again at this meeting today. I hope that you will enjoy the whole program, and I would like to invite all of you on behalf of both the program and organizing committee of this conference. I'm a little bit surprised, I would say, by the presentation of Jan Hrušák, because from my perspective, he practically said everything what is needed about the wider scope of EOSC, which will give me some problems in my own presentation later, because I wanted to present these things and he took it from me, but that's how we deal with the ministry all the time. Nevertheless, I hope that you are on the right place at the right time. The conference today is aimed to introduce you the current state of the EOSC implementation in Czechia, to tell you a little bit more how the evolution of what we understand under the term of European Open Science Cloud is, how we interpret this in this country, what we would like to actually achieve, and I also hope that you will be able to return from this meeting with new information about what to expect in the next year from all the undertakings, from all these things which are already supported by the ministry, and also from things which will become, hopefully, supported by the ministry in the scope of creating the EOSC Czech landscape and ecosystem. And I hope that you will be returning from this conference and looking forward not only to Christmas, but also after Christmas time to start playing with pieces which hopefully will become a whole in the second half of the next year, and the whole will be the Czech EOSC implementation. So welcome once again at this conference. Please enjoy all the presentations, make questions, be active. Please, that's also something which I would like to ask you very much, so that you get much better picture than you have at this moment about what's going on, and especially what will happen rather soon, because in a geological scale, a year is just a blink, and we have to think geologically if we are in open science, so that you will enjoy that you will enjoy the meeting today, and that you will learn and get things which you will be able to use, especially next year, something immediately, some during the next year, to improve your work, to improve the science in Czechia, Europe, and worldwide. Once again, thank you for coming, thank you for attending, thank you for being active, and enjoy.
And now I would like to welcome our first speaker, Matej Antol, who will deliver a lecture on the EOSC initiative in the Czech context. Dr. Antol is an executive director of the eLTER-ERIC Center. He's an integration manager of the national e-infrastructure, eInfra CZ. And most importantly, for this occasion, he is a principal manager of the systemic project EOSC CZ. In the free time, he plays and sings in a small garage band. He enjoys playing squash, skiing, and exploring the world of evidence-based investing. Welcome, Matej.
1, 2. Thank you for the introduction, Michal, and thank you all for coming for this nice event. I'm just scared now a little bit, to be honest, because Luděk just promised you that the EOSC is going to be better than Christmas, and I'm not sure that we are able to deliver, but I'll do my best. So to reiterate, although the introduction was full, I am the principal project manager of the IPS EOSC CZ, which is the project that oversees or overlays the whole initiative. At the same time, I am serving my time as the CEO of the third SC Center at Masaryk University, and I have a research background in management of complex data and unstructured data, concepts such as metric spaces when you don't have the dimensions, and Euclidean spaces, so yeah, stuff like that. In this presentation, I'm going to speak really briefly about the motivation behind, let's say, behaving rationally with our research data or to our research data. Then I'm going to reiterate or tell you what happened in the EOSC CZ over the past 2 years. I'm going to reiterate what the National Data Infrastructure for Fair Research Data is all about. I'm going to show you glimpses on the first services that we now have available within the broader concept of fair research data management, and then I'm going to show you what's ahead of us, at least for the next couple of years. So, on value of research data, and I'm starting with the big picture at the beginning. This is a picture that shows the burning of the Alexandria Library, and I have it here as a reminder. It happened 200 or 300 years before Christ. I have it here as a reminder of the value that we may lose or miss if we don't behave rationally to the informations and data that we gather. Of course, this had impact not only in a scientific sense, but also in a cultural one, and we now don't store our information in handwritten books, mostly, but I think some of the things still apply to this day. So moving forward, I have some more recent example, an example that's closer to my research as well, from chemistry, structure biology, and life sciences in general. It relates to proteins. So since 1971, it's 2.5 generations, if you think about it, we are collecting data on proteins. Proteins play a very important role in all life that we know because they have these properties based on their structure where they can build a membrane or they have to do with all the processes that we have in our metabolism. Now, in order to understand what the protein does, we have to know its structure. And to get its structure, it's really an expensive process. So we managed, in this 50 years' time, collect 500,000 data entries, so information about the protein structure. Now, this by itself is really interesting and important, but what happened a couple of years ago is that there was this group of people and this company in UK, and they managed to mine this data and train a model we call AlphaFold, which managed to create yet another set of data, now 200 million, that are in par when we speak about the quality of the data with the experimental evaluation. This shows the potential that we have when we will curate our data in the right manner. Now, of course, they got the Nobel Prize for that a couple of weeks ago, and it is now being used by millions in a couple of research applications. This happens in all the scientific domains. So I have 2 more examples, one from physics and Digital Sloan project, which started in 2000. It collects data about distant galaxies, and it contributed significantly to discovery of many celestial objects. But on top of that, it contributed to the discovery and understanding of a concept we call dark energy, which yet again resulted in a Nobel Prize in 2011. And another from arts. This has maybe more impact on general society than research itself. Getty Provenance Index, it exists for 2 generations, and it collects data about the artworks and the provenance, so the information about the whereabouts of these artworks during the time. And it helps, for example, as we have the Polish girl, it is used to support the restitution efforts of lost arts, for example, from the Nazi Germany era. So, just brief examples. Data management challenges are not new. Repositories, or the concept of repositories, is not new. We know that we have these challenges, and the question is what we are going to do about it. More precisely, this is the question we asked ourselves 2 years ago. Now, the first step was to contact all the clever people we can find. So I have a couple of representatives, 35 of them. That's not all of them. I will introduce a couple of them later on. They have background in research, library, IT. They are engaged at the universities, research infrastructures, ministry, and many, many other areas that are related to research data management. I hope that every single one of you knows at least one of these faces. This is kind of the point of the slide, so I will give you 3 seconds. And you got it, all right. So these 35 people are obviously not everybody who is involved in the initiative. We have established 12 work groups. We have 2 types of these work groups. One are cross-cutting, so they focus on the infrastructure and things that are common for all the domains that we have. The other type is the domain-specific work group, so they are solving issues similar to the example I had with proteins. So we have a work group for life sciences, for physics, and so forth. Now, I have 2 of the work groups pointed out in lighter color. That is AI and ML and sensitive data, because they resemble both of these modes of operation. So we have this specialized expertise that you require, but also these things that they focus on are kind of necessary or useful for a number of different domains. Together, we have more than 450 people in these work groups. Now, people are asking me, what is the IPS EOSC CZ project doing all the time? Well, managing these people. It's 3 times the people that are in this room now. So, just to give you an idea, first and foremost, these people contributed to the formation of the projects that we now have in the initiative. There are 3 projects, IPS EOSC CZ, that I have the privilege to lead, and its role is to create foundations for the initiative. Foundations, we understand foundations in 3 ways. First is the organizational, so organizing the people, creating the connections to the European Union, to the ministry, to all the partners in Czech Republic, and of course doing the marketing and dissemination activities, because it's not strictly speaking about these 500 people, it's about the research in Czech Republic, and we have tens of thousands of researchers, just researchers without the supporting staff. So it's really a huge impact that we are aiming to get. The other thing is technical. So we have some basic technical things that we want to develop, or we wanted to develop before we knew what the architecture of the whole infrastructure is going to look like. For example, the National Metadata Directory. So we knew that we would like to have the single point of contact to all the data in the Czech Republic, and we have it in the first project. We could have started developing it right away. And last but not least, the knowledge and skills. As I understand the initiative, there will be 2 outcomes that we'll have when it ends, although I suppose it will never really end. One is tangible, the infrastructure and the services, and the second is the actual behavioral change in the research domain. So how we are going to approach the data, what skills do the researchers have to do it rationally? And this is what the training center should support or give to the ecosystem. Now, the second project that started this year, the National Repository Platform, is the core of the technological stuff that we need to build. So we have planned 50 petabytes of user data in the end of the project. We have the repository platforms upon which the repositories can be built. We have the core services defined by the working groups that I've just mentioned, and not solely the work group dedicated to core services, because of course there were some ideas coming up from the researchers figuring out like, okay, this is something that we all need, so we should put it into the second project. Of course, we have covered compliance and UX because we need to care about the security, and also we would like people to use these systems, and we are not always great in research area to do systems that are actually humanly operatable. Is that an expression? And last but not least, training, now in regard to utilizing the services and the infrastructure. So with a focus on these things that we are going to release. And last but not least, the OS2 project that is still under preparation, organized by the Charles University, and it will focus on the domain specifics that are within the workgroups that I've mentioned on the previous slide. So this is the outline of the projects. We have 450 people in the working groups. They together trying to figure out what is the most practical, most tangible way that we can implement the initiative, resulting in the project. These projects are all in the beginning. So part of the answer is, what do you have ready now? Well, not much. We are at the beginning, but I will comment on that later on. And of course, we will have OS3 project, but nobody knows anything about it yet. Now, what the IPS EOSC CZ did over the time was we organized 21 trainings together with more than 3,000 registered people. We had 3 conferences, such as this one of them being the National Tripartite event. We had 31 physical meetings of different work groups, communities, and whatnot. But most of the things happen online. Since COVID, we got used to that, and everybody is lazy to travel. So we had more than 100 online meetings, typically with more than 20 people. So they are not just calls, we have plenty of those. But these are the official meetings of the work groups or the communities that have some preparation before that. They have some output out of the meeting, and that actually do the inputs into the whole initiative. So just some examples of the physical meetings that we had. On top of that, we have thousands of people that are engaged online via our marketing and dissemination efforts when it comes to social networks, newsletters, visits on the web, on YouTube, and so forth. So this is in principle what the organization of such an initiative meant for the past 2 years. To give you a perspective, because we are talking about Czechia and I like to imagine things in a most tangible way, we have officially 228 research organizations. Of course, there is like 40 universities, more than 50 institutes of the Academy of Sciences, so a couple of them are outside of this scope. 65 of them are being represented in EOSC CZ in terms of working groups, and you can see their distribution over the map. So it really isn't only about Prague or Brno, let's say. We really try to get all the representatives from all the institutions relevant to the initiative to be engaged. Here, yet another example, the engagement in terms of projects and the partners of these projects. So we now have more than 15 institutions taking their part in implementing the infrastructure and all the services. And last but not least, just to show you our efforts to reach out even to the distant regions when it comes to the physical meetings, we have some concepts about how to do that. So we are trying to reach the universities that, if I can say it maybe not correctly, that are close to the border of the Republic. Now, Jan Hrušák presented the European context, so I'm going to go really briefly about that. Although we are implementing things in Czechia, we are not an island. We are part of Europe. What we are doing is called European Open Science Cloud. And of course, there is not only extension, but we are an integral part, or our normal partner is the European development. And we have a number of people that are really active there. I would like to highlight a couple of them. So we have 14 Czech members in the EOSC Association task forces and 2 Czech co-chairs out of 8 people, I think, namely Jiří Marek, who is also the head of EOSC Secretariat, and Petr Holub, who is at Masaryk University. We have members of the Opportunity Area Expert Groups, Miroslav Ruda, who is accidentally chief of Metacentrum at CESNET, so the distributed computing environment that we have here, and Marek Cebecauer, who is from the Academy of Sciences and at the same time leader of the Matej working group. And you have seen Jan Hrušák. I have a couple of hats that he was carrying over the time. A couple of them are still missing. So he was part of the EOSC Executive Board, EOSC Steering Board, and Tripartite Group. I hope I have it correctly. On the let's say, infrastructure level, we are also active, and I have some honorable mentions. First and foremost, CESNET, who is taking part in developing of what we now know as EOSC EU Node, so this concept of building the real federation that would have, yet again, some tangible structure to it. We are regularly contributing to the EOSC Association activities that are listed behind me, and there is plenty of EOSC-related projects that are trying to interconnect some topics across Europe, and we are taking part in those as well. So, we know that research data are valuable. We know that we have some capacity and people that could do something about it. We have projects that have outlined the infrastructure that will be built and that it will be interconnected to Europe. I would like to show you the blueprint of the infrastructure that has been shown in the last couple of months many times. And reiterate what are the main infrastructure components. However, I think that David Antoš is having a presentation in the afternoon and he will show you the details regarding that. So, most importantly, at least to me, is we will have a number of platforms on which we can build repositories together with the 50 petabytes of user data, and it will be offered to research communities to create and operate specific repositories. Next to that, we will have a couple of services that we expect to be operated and required by these communities, specifically support for data management planning, support for persistent identifiers, authentication and authorization infrastructure, verification tools and software, interfaces to computing environments for analysis. I will be talking about it in detail in a second. Data and object, search and discovery, monitoring, support for metadata, and many others. So there is really a whole ecosystem of services, some of them being, let's say, customer or user-facing, some of them being more on the back end, interconnecting all the infrastructure components together. This is the picture that we have been showing you for a couple of months already. So just to quickly reiterate, we have 5 layers. On the bottom, there is hardware, then we have the platforms, then we have repositories, then we have components that serve as a single point of contact or hubs on these repositories, and on the top layer we have this concept for a central discovery portal. Now, I would like to point out here that we will support and we plan to support the integration on many layers. So we accept and we acknowledge that some of the communities already have their own stack, let's say, of how they approach the data. So, okay, we can interconnect that to the national repository platform together with the hardware. Or we accept the fact that some of the communities may feel strongly that they require a different platform than one of the 3 that I've just mentioned. All right, if they feel that they can provide these platforms to the other research communities, we can integrate at this level as well. However, I would hope that what we'll see is mostly creation of thematic repositories across Czechia. Now, why thematic repositories? We have different types of repositories, of course. For example, institutional repositories. So there may be urges to create repositories at the institutions, for example, at the universities. I yet again refer to the example that I had with the protein data. I, as a researcher, what I really hope for is that I will find the source of information and of data that will be centralized, and I will find the data that I'm looking for. It doesn't make much sense to me to go to tens or hundreds of different repositories because different producers gather the data. So I would strictly urge, and I hope that what we are going to see are thematic repositories first and foremost. Yet again, going back to the Czech map, this infrastructure is not being built from scratch, meaning that we already have established scientific communities with the research infrastructures. This is taken from the map of the infrastructures of Czech Republic. You can't read the specific infrastructures, sorry for that, but the slides will be available to you after the presentation. What I want to highlight though, and I'm now changing my hat, is the role of eInfra CZ. So yet again, you don't have to read the specific components, but this just shows that we have single national infrastructure that already creates some environment for storing, transferring, and analyzing data. And it is not centralized as of now. It's being distributed as well, so it's denoted in all these greens and blues where we have which server, which storage, and what the network infrastructure looks like. Why I have it here is to show you that the National Repository Platform will be a natural extension or addition to this environment of eInfra CZ. Looking at it from a different perspective, this is the timeline of development of eInfra CZ that we have planned for the next 5 years. So the different colors denote data transfer, data processing, data access, and data storage platforms and services. In detail, you would see that we are increasing capacities, introducing new toys such as quantum computer or environments for sensitive data, and so forth. And of course, we already have services for data storage. But these storages are not necessarily ready for verification. They are not filling up this purpose of making them available and reusable. So we can think about things that we are building in the national data infrastructure, all the repositories and services that I've mentioned, as a natural addition or component to this ecosystem. And this is just the perspective from the eInfra CZ. Of course, we have all these different infrastructures involved, mainly via the working groups of EOSC. So this is the ecosystem that we are building on, and this is what we need to integrate together. Now, we had a discussion even yesterday with Luděk Matyska and Marek about phase 1 and phase 2, because I'm arguing that we are now nearing the end of the first phase and starting the second phase of the initiative. And we are not clear about the date. So Jirka was arguing strongly that the date is today, because it would be comprehensible. Luděk was arguing that it will be marked by the start of the OS2 project. I'm not sure, and to be honest, I don't care. It just happens, sometimes in the next couple of months. So we are ending the phase in which we had to engage the Czech researchers and professionals. We had to organize the working groups and communities. We had to kick off these 3 major projects, which together have more than 100 people involved directly and more than 15 institutions. We had to design the core infrastructure and services, release first services, because there is something available already, and we had to increase the awareness, because we want to have this impact on the whole scientific community. The second phase will be quite different. So whether it starts tomorrow or in a couple of months, it doesn't really matter. But the main thing that we are going to focus on is the deployment of the infrastructure. Just to give you an idea, this year marks the start of the NRP project. And due to the processes that we have in this republic, it takes about 1 year to actually acquire hardware, even if you would start off the project first day beginning of the project. So there is no way that we would have the capacity sooner than now if NRP project started this year. So we will see it sometime during next year. I think David is yet again going to give you some details regarding that. We will deploy all the core services in some level. Now, these services will evolve during the project, so of course we won't have them in this final sugar-coated way ready, but we will have some first glimpses and some first versions emerging as we go. We will integrate and deploy first repositories, some of them being part of the projects, some of them available to the whole research community of Czech Republic, and this is important. You don't have to be part of the project to get to these resources and build your own repository. What you have to have is your own team that can take care of the repository, but you don't have to be part of the project. We will support the uptake of data management skills and know-how, of course. We will integrate the national and international ecosystem. Here I would say, and it was already mentioned by Jan Hrušák, that we are fully aligned. I would hope that we won't be fully aligned and that we will challenge some of the European perspectives. So some of the things that we will come up with will be actually usable in Europe as well, not only in Czech Republic. And last but not least, we will have to propose the sustainability model. Practical way. We are being financed till 2028 because we are financed via projects, and we will have to figure out how we are going to continue with this work. Now, you have seen the infrastructure. I will show you first glimpses of the services that we now have in the ecosystem. I stress out that the things that you're going to see are not strictly outcomes of the IPS EOSC project. So it may be that it is from the NRP, or they are present in the ecosystem generally, or they are outcome of the CARDS project or National Library of Technology. Nonetheless, We have National Catch-all Pilot Repository. So this is our Czech Zenodo, I would say. The general purpose repository for any data, really. So something I would not advocate for. You don't want to use that. You want to use specialized repository when possible. However, we have this catch-all repository available. We have National Metadata Directory. Yet again, this is the single point of contact of all the repositories and data sources that we are going to have and build in Czech research ecosystem. It is not full of data now because we are not building repositories just yet. However, we are continuously integrating the data that are in the ecosystem, and we will see the rise and the usefulness of this tool or this portal as the time flies. Third, Identifikátory CZ. I think it doesn't have English name, does it? It has, okay, Identifier CZ, because it doesn't change in the header. Identifier CZ, which is a portal which puts together all the information regarding persistent identifiers when it comes to work, digital objects, people, institutions, whatnot. So we can find all the information on this website. As you have seen through our interaction, this is the work of National Library of Technology. Something that is being under development mainly from the perspective of the infrastructure is sensitive cloud. So this is environment for sensitive data, and it may be considered some forerunner for handling sensitive data on the grounds of national data infrastructure. So just to remind you, we are not talking about open data, we are talking about fair data, and some of the fair data may be sensitive data, and we have to figure out how we are going to approach fair sensitive data in the infrastructure. So we now have this component or this environment for sensitive data in place, and we will elevate and integrate it with the national data infrastructure as well. Data Stewardship Wizard, of course, this is a tool that allows researchers to go through the data management process, not only at the beginning when you're writing the project, but through the whole life cycle of data management. So this is a tool that actually allows that. It will be, yet again, fully integrated with the infrastructure, and I hope with the funders on the national level, so you won't have to fill things twice, thrice, 4 times. Hopefully. And last but not least, authentication and authorization infrastructure. To put it really, really easily, this is the magic that happens when you have Facebook or Google account and you want to approach different services. You only use this one account, and it's really easy for you. We have similar infrastructure here in Czech Republic called AAI, and we hope that you would use only your institutional ID to go seamlessly throughout the infrastructure. So you don't have to create accounts. You can manage access to your data, for example, here. So you may say this and that group may access it or not. And you can do many other things related to data, to user access and group management in this software. Now, these were just, I don't know, 5 or 6 things that we already have in place. I'm stressing now not necessarily fully integrated, because sometimes there is not what to be integrated to. We don't have the repositories. However, they are functioning, they are in place. Feedback is welcome because we are counting that they will be used in the infrastructure. Now, what's next? In 2025, we will see the first emergence of the infrastructure, so the installation of first hardware for repositories. We will see emergence of first pilot and first general repositories. Now we are making this distinction because some of them are in the project, some of them are not. We will see first repositories in general. We will see National Repository Catalog, which should be a catalog of repositories that we have in Czech Republic. It is what it is. We will see emergence of first versions of all major core services. So I have, yet again, just a couple of examples. We will see the repository platforms, all 3 of them. Fair Implementation Profile Wizard, Data Stewardship Wizard that should be integrated into the ecosystem. License management, which is really important, of course, because, yet again, making data fair has some licensing or some other compliance issues associated to it, so we have to accommodate for that. And AI for repositories and much more. And last but not least, we will continue to organize events such as this one. So we are planning to organize the National Tripartite event. We will have a Data Steward Summer School held summer 2025. And we will continue to organize all the workshops, trainings, and all the meetups of the communities to figure out how we are going to move next. This is unreadable, but we have this interactive axis, or what would you call it, this schedule of things that will emerge from the project. There is more than 100 outputs of the projects, milestones, services, whatnot. We have it all available online, so you can look it up. There are some filters, so you can filter either you want to see just some project or some domain, so we want to see when the repositories are going to emerge or this specific service. Look it up. I think it should, at least to those of you who deem it relevant, it should show you some perspective, some insights of what these projects are all about, because I know that not necessarily everybody has approached the full text of the project, and it's not really readable. It's more than hundreds of pages, so you need to have it in this condensed way. And this is the final slide, so I'm in time, I hope. We have, of course, website of EOSC CZ. It underwent some changes, so now we have 4 basic content present on the main page. First being the services, so now it's rather naive and empty, but you will continuously see new services as they will be integrated and produced in this section of the website. The second is how you can take part in the initiative, mainly through the working groups. The third one will show you how to educate yourself. Now it's more of a propagation of the training center, but in the future we hope that we will aggregate all the possibilities and opportunities that we have to teach, to learn ourselves how to manage research data and how to utilize the infrastructures and tools that we have at our disposal. And the last section is about exploring the initiative in all its width and depth. And second click, we have this short paper released half a year ago, and it gives you this really condensed information about the initiative and what it is about. So please look it up. And this is all from me. Thank you for your attention, and I hope that you will enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Matej. So, are there any questions from the audience?
I was so clear.
So clear, great. Are there any questions in the Slido? Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay, so the question is, what is the biggest challenge in the initiative?
Alphabetically or chronologically? Now, I suppose putting all the communities and different people together. I was making a joke a couple of days ago that I feel like in a Tolkien story, you know, so you have these hobbits, you have these elves, people, orcs, different people from libraries and IT and science and from the ministry, and they have different modus of operandi, and you have to put all these people together to make the change actually happen. And these people are trying to do hard work, but they often do not understand each other. Then you have this issue of high level when you're putting them together and trying to organize them. They are asking you, okay, what are you spending all your time on? Because I don't see any results. And this is the most challenging things of all, you know, like putting all these people together, I would say. I don't know. And many others as well. I think the implementation itself is really, it's really troublesome as well.
Thank you. I have one more really short question. You talked about your marketing strategies and communications. Can you tell us what are the channels you use to approach the people of the EOSC initiative in the Czech Republic?
Ooh. Well, some of them are pretty standard, and they don't much work. You know, like putting things on Facebook or Instagram has its limits. Researchers don't care. Then there you have conferences, so you can brainstorm things in here. That works, but you only outreach to those people who actually care to come to the conference. You can use, and that is more interesting, the already established channels at the institutions. So, for example, if they had the internal newsletter or something like that. And this is also my challenge to you, or my how do you say it? Something I would like to help us with. to get into these channels and to get the message known across the institutions. And last but not least, and this is something that we have to do a lot of work with, we have already a lot of researchers that are really doing good work related to research data and that they are thinking rationally about data management. So we may call them ambassadors, and I think they are the most useful channel or way we can outreach to people to show these good examples, even from Czech Republic, because those that I have shown you regarding PDB or something like that, you can always argue, all right, but this doesn't concern us because this is some worldly thing or some UK thing, and we are different. So yeah, I agree, we are different, and we need to use the capital that we have here. Thank you.
Let me now once again invite Professor Luděk Matyska to the stage. And he will deliver his speech on Czech infrastructure for fair research data.
Thank you once again for inviting me here. You have me here once again, and now I will have a presentation which is more a regular one, not only the invitation to the evening. In fact, what I will be speaking about will not be completely about the Czech fair data infrastructure, because about that you will hear and see a lot during the whole day. So, I mean, this is something for me. They asked me to put these things. I didn't put there the picture because you see me now, and I think that those who will have just the slides don't need my picture at all. But what I would like to do in the presentation is I would like to provide some background about what we are actually speaking about. You have heard a lot from from the previous speaker, from Matej, about the initiative, but let's get a little bit more about what we are actually speaking about, where we are thinking about EOSC. And as I said in my introduction, we also will have a look at how the EOSC evolved and what we understand under EOSC today. And then I will go with what, why, and how for the Czech fair data infrastructure. And then I will like to introduce a little bit about the background. This is the part which already Jan Hrušák took a little bit from me, because he said things which I will now get in a little bit more detail, at least with some slides behind me. So the background. In fact, we are speaking about EOSC approximately since 2016, and European Commission and also countries spend more than €500 million in developing and evolving this concept, which is a huge amount of money and a long, long time while we are speaking about this, and we still are discussing in many areas that we still don't understand what EOSC is. So and this is also the, in fact, thing behind this conference. Our conviction is that it's time to have something more tangible to deliver before the 10th anniversary of starting to discuss the EOSC concept. One thing which created a lot of misunderstanding was that at the beginning, EOSC was presented as a concept, as something intangible, and not as an infrastructure. And as you see today, and as you will see in my introduction to the current European context, we are now actually building the EOSC infrastructure. But it took 8 years to get to the understanding of something which was to some people clear at the beginning, but not everything is as fast as we would like to have. So if it is EOSC is just a concept, it was extremely difficult, and in many cases it is still, to understand and to explain what we are actually building if we are building just a concept. I mean, that's something which you put and then you work with it, or you live with it. So, and the other thing is the European Open Science Cloud was always presented as a part of the open science. And open science is a much wider concept, which is even more complicated in some cases. And the thing is that the open science is a change how we do science. But is it really? If we really look at what the open science aims to do, is in fact take the better things which we are already doing and which the scientists have been doing since 17th, 18th century, and to put them again on the table in a better understandable way. So it is not something which is completely new, but it is something which is reinventing and reappearing after years of, say, too narrow and too silos-oriented development of the science, which is currently not always able to deal with what we call the societal challenges, the problem which the society has, and for which we understood that the too narrow interpretation of the science simply cannot help. We had seen it during the COVID pandemic, we are seeing it during the energy crisis, that if we focus only too narrowly, then we are not getting the real support from the science which we need as a society. And in fact, open science is a way to help us get again on the track that the science is helping the society in a way, and it can be used something immediately, some in the long term, but that it's more aligned. So not new, but something which is more explicit. And the other thing is that when we speak about open science, we speak about the mindset change. But again, is it true? We are not wanting to change or to, and the major problem here was always that if we speak about the mindset change, quite a lot of people understand it, okay, so we are doing something wrong now, and we have to become better, which not always gets the positive reaction, and more importantly, is far from true. So these are things which led to kind of misunderstanding and which took 8, perhaps few more years before we get to the proper understanding and the proper getting to the proper benefits of EOSC. So what are the EOSC targets? The research data are valuable. This is something which is directly behind the EOSC initiative. And in fact, it was industry which helped us to achieve that, because we had seen how much the data which were collected by Facebook but Google can improve the commercial undertaking and can improve the revenue of these things. And on the other hand, we found out that how we are dealing with research data is far from being able to get these benefits. However, the other thing is that not all data, not all research data are really beneficial. We need something which we call properly annotated data, at least even in the midterm. So if we don't properly describe what the data are about, we usually forget what they are about. And if we forget what they are about, we can't reuse them. So they are becoming useless, not valuable. The value goes beyond the group which is actually creating the data. This was again something which is behind the open science, which is in fact behind the science, because all the publications are, I invented or I found something, I analyzed something, and then I would like the others to know. But now we are more focusing on the data, that the data themselves, not only my interpretation, my construction about the data, but the data, primary data, are as valuable as my publications as well. And also, the data are critical for the reproducibility, because that was the crisis in the 10th of this century that more and more papers were retracted from even the well-renowned journals, because the society, the scientific society discovered that they are not able to reproduce the initial findings. And not far from, the first thing is, okay, it is misconduct. But in fact, the misconduct is just the minority of the reasons why the papers are retracted. Majority is simply we miss the data and we are not able to reproduce what is there. We are not challenging anyone that they did something wrong. We are simply not able to repeat it. And because we are not able to repeat it, we have doubts about the value. There were even some guesses that more than half of all the major papers which led to the decision that a drug is approved to become a real drug used in healthcare are not reproducible at all. So this is, we now know that they were probably not wrong because the drugs are not killing us. But on the other hand, the worries that up to half of the research is simply not reproducible is again which gave the motivation, okay, let's look at the data, let's look at the value. And naturally, it's not only the data, and also the tools, and also the processes, because if you have the data and you don't know what you did with them, then again the reproducibility is just a fairy tale. So from that, the EOSC target was to create a web of data and say services and tools which we are able to keep and which we were able to return to enhance the research, to do new findings, because when we are collecting the data, new things can be found in the data. The commercial industrial companies already proved that very well, because you see the unicorns on the market, and also the tools to go there. And the EOSC ecosystem. One again of the misunderstandings which say plagued the initial phase of the EOSC was that EOSC was sometimes presented as the solution for the existing problems, which was that those who were claiming this, they in fact overlooked decades of work in many research infrastructures in many areas, which was in fact targeting the same problem, but not calling it EOSC because that was a new term, and not always having it in a such structured way as EOSC is trying to present to us. And also overlooking or even diminishing the role of ESFRIs, the large research European infrastructure, and also elsewhere, but we are within EOSC, the E means Europe, in care of data. We have research infrastructures we even precede ESFRIs, which are taking care of data for decades. In fact, exactly the same way as EOSC is claiming to do. And if we just now come in and say, okay, now EOSC will solve all your problems, these people either, which is a positive, will laugh, and or they say, oh, you are completely crazy. You don't understand at all, so why we should, bother with EOSC. So, in fact, there is a lot of already prepared with dealing with the data. We only have to find a proper way how to build on top of this instead of replacing it and finding a completely new solution. And again, this was one of the misunderstandings within the EOSC, that the EOSC was quite a lot times presented in the way as this is a new thing of doing things, working with data, and this will solve all your previous problems. Far from true, no. So this led naturally to the different national solutions, the ways how the countries are approaching this, because with this concept, with these misunderstandings, you have to catch something and then work with it. Somewhere more high level, somewhere low level, and there goes also our own Czech solution. And the problem, which is after 8 years of discussing the concept, we are in the danger of losing the focus and losing ourselves, because then, okay, everyone speaks about EOSC, it's also almost one generation of speaking of EOSC, and where the EOSC is, show me. Like do you have a data? Show me. Do you have an EOSC? Show me. And that's something which we are trying to do at the national level and recently also at the European level as well. So what we are building, this is the what of the presentation. What we are trying to build is an ecosystem, and within Czechia, for complex support of dealing with fair data. And that's important, that from the web and from all the conceptual things, we are focusing simply on the data, on the core of EOSC, and the way how we are dealing with the data and supporting researchers in working with them. So we call the tangible result the national data infrastructure. And already Matej presented something, and you will see the individual components of the national data infrastructure presented during this day. And this is our Czech contribution to what we understand the EOSC should be. That this is the way how we hope to really be able to support the research, which is the primary target at all. This is not the EOSC for EOSC. It is doing something with the data to improve the research. And we say, okay, if we will help you, researchers, to deal with data in a more structured way, this will really improve your research. And that's it. So we are not reinventing the wheel. Since the beginning, again, Matej presented, we have the working groups, we are people who are already working in these areas, coming either from research infrastructures, coming from institutions, coming from research groups, who are already in a need to deal a more structured way with data, and we are trying to put these people together and to work closely with them to actually make the individual components serving them. not to creating something which we then try to sell, that this is the solution of all your problems. No, understanding what's there with the umbrella, okay, this has to be somehow connected to the data work. And the thing which we are trying within the country is also that we are not focusing only on the technology and hardware and so on, but we are also focusing on people, on capacity building, and making sure, because all these things will be vain if the people will not uptake them. So we are trying to work, and the initiative that we are working with scientists, we are engaging them, and we are also trying to make sure that we will get a fast feedback from them to understand what we are actually, whether what we are building is correct and beneficial. The second part was why. Now it is why fair data. What is fair? I mean, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. This again looks like a concept, and we are sometimes, and especially in Czechia, we are sometimes worried about concepts. I mean, we had quite a lot of concepts in the previous century. So let's get to something more concrete. So why fair data? Because there are a lot of benefits if you make your research data fair. You don't lose your data because they are findable. And honestly, if you are doing a research, try to reflect how often you got into a situation that you remembered, oh, we did this, we have the data somewhere, but where they are? Oh, they came with a PhD student. Or they are on that desktop, but it's not working anymore. Oh, sorry. So this is the part. You will know where they are and how to get to them. So yes, you may remember, oh, it's with my previous PhD student. Oh, he is now in Australia. No. So, and even this is better, because if he is in Australia, you can reach him and eventually he can get the data to him. But now you said, oh, I lost track. He disappeared. He decided not to continue the research career anymore, so I have no idea where he is. So no accessibility, even if you remember that they were his data. You have your data properly described and annotated, which is fine. Okay, I have my data. Oh, fine. But what is the structure? Oh, it looks like it is a CSV, but what are the individual items? Oh, I forgot. Okay, let's delete it and start again from beginning. So interoperability and reusability is lost because you don't understand what is there. And you will be able to use them again, which is the same part. So this is why we need fair data. And these are things which, if you are honest, and if you are working with data, and you are not completely new, all these situations already happened to you. You remember that something happened with your data in the past, or with the data of your colleague or your student, and that it would be nice to have them fair, because these things will not repeat, and this means that you are not wasting your work. And this is another thing behind the EOSC and fair data processing, that you don't need to do the same thing once again. If someone did, say, next generation sequencing properly of a particular sample of a tissue, you don't need to do it once again. So instead of spending money and time to repeat it and destroying the tissue, the sample during the process, you simply take the data and work with them. Faster, cheaper, and you may get access to much more initial data than if you are just doing all the, say, next generation sequencing processing by yourself. So again, your research might be much, much better. And there are additional benefits. Because if you have your data fair, you can share them. We have open science, which is speaking a lot about sharing, but in fact, I am trying to focus on things which helps those who are producing the data first, and then saying, okay, if you do this for yourself, then you can benefit also the others. Not the other way around, which is also something which is difficult to grab. You help the other people, but okay, what do you have from it? Why to do it? Oh, it's okay, fine. It's a charity and thing, but within the research, which is highly competitive, spending too much time on charity, oh, not works. You will not get promoted, you will not get the next title, but if we put it the other way around, that you are helping yourself, and as a byproduct, you can really achieve the goals, this is much more tangible and much more usable. And this is exactly what we are trying to do within the country, building on the research infrastructures which are already existing, supporting the work of the researchers with the focus on fair data manipulation and work, and then making this as a background to sharing it in any way. Restricted, open, whatever you want can be done if your data are fair. And naturally, you can publish your data, which means you can make them completely open and you can give them to the society, but it will not cost you anything additional on things which are already helping you. And this is the important message for that you are not doing something for the others, which eventually may pay back to you, but that you are doing something for yourself, which improves your science, and as a byproduct, you are doing things which helps the science at all and the society at large, which is what we would like to actually have, because then it is a kind of a win-win situation which usually is able to work forward. And this is something which we will try to convince you that what we are doing, that's not true. I have half an hour, not 20 minutes. So how is fair data management supported? These are things which you will hear about during the presentation. Data management plans. We would like, within our own offer to the scientific community, within the building of EOSC within the country, we would like to help you with the data management plans. Not because of the bureaucracy, not because the, say, the grant agencies are asking you to do this, but because the properly created and used data management plan is again something which helps you, because you will spend some time in thinking, okay, what kind of data I will produce during my research? What kind of, how I would like to work with the data? Do I have an idea where the data will be stored? Do I have any idea how I will make this data fair? And these are questions which are fine to spend a little bit of time ahead before the actual work starts, because then you are not stuck during your work, for example, that you are producing new data, but you don't have any idea where to store them. And if you don't know, you will store them somewhere, and this is the best way how to lose them. So, and we would like to make sure that the data management plan are directly connected to the infrastructure, and whatever you write there, the infrastructure will be able to do, to support you in doing it. Not by reading, it may be even with the AIs and being able to understand the written text, but doing it in a machine actionable way, so that the data management plan is in fact a program for the infrastructure to support your work with the data. We will have a national metadata directory, which is the place where to start looking for either place where you would like to store your data if you don't know during the data management plan creation, or if you are looking for some data needed for your research, this is the place to go in. We will support extensive access management to make sure that whatever you decide can happen with the data, we will support. Do you want them completely closed, locked, and properly walled? Okay, fine, that's your decision. Do you want them to have a practically completely public, or just putting a license which need a registration because you would like to know who is looking for the data, but otherwise there are no restrictions? Again, fine. We will try to make this happen. Licensing, this goes with that. Like with the data management plans, we would like to support the licensing in a way that you select license and the infrastructure will understand what are the implications. Does the license need that anyone who is accessing the data reads and agrees with some license agreements? Fine. The infrastructure will make sure that this will happen and will not allow anyone to access their data before they actually confirm that they are fine with the licensing rules. Verification tools to help you with this, and repositories. One thing which is again part of the misunderstanding that EOSC is only concept and not real infrastructure is, okay, where I store the data? Because in many cases, at the end, this is the major question of the data producers. How, okay, I'm producing the data, again, for example, genomic sequences, and I would like to store them somewhere. And Everyone said, okay, that's your problem. Fine, it is. But then it leads to complete fragmentation, and all the potential benefits of EOSC are in fact lost. So what we are trying to do here in Czechia is to provide actually the storage behind, the enough sufficient capacity so that you will be able to find a place which will have the capacity to store your data. This is the data management plan. It has to be a little bit structured, but we will support that as well. And at the end, you will find the repository, or you can even create your own if you are completely new and this is a completely new area of data. And there you will be able to store the data. And we will support it also with the access, with the licensing and all these pieces together to make sure that you can focus on your research and your data, not on the underlying infrastructure. And last but not least, connection to instruments. If you have instruments which are producing a lot of data and you would like to store all this data properly annotated, for example, from the metadata from the instrument, we will support this as well. So this can help especially in the protection of misconduct challenges, that you can show, okay, everything which we produced is here, we did these things, we did these selections, but if you don't trust us, look at it, it may be error on our side, but definitely there was no misconduct with the data, because all the data, you can see the whole provenance, all the steps which were taken from that, and this is something which is extremely important. And on the other side, it naturally means that this is connected to the analytical processing environment in our Czechia, connection with the eInfra CZ, hot data, so the data in a repository is the data which you have just prepared and are not in any repositories. You will be able to combine and analyze and process in a proper way, from simple things, statistics, whatever, up to the AI analysis or large-scale simulations based on that. And one thing which we will support within this environment is also processing of sensitive human data, especially human, but it may not be other sensitive data. But the point here is that you will be able to also store and process within this ecosystem the data which are very restricted in terms of who can do what with them. So again, the access control will support this, and the environment which we are building, and in some cases which we already have, support this. So at the end, we will have a secure and compliant ecosystem for our Czech representation of the EOSC implementation, and as I mentioned, together with the capacity, human capacity building, support, training, and education. And the last thing about how is the collaboration, because it's open science, and as I said, this is not something new. This is, in fact, in some aspects, returning to the basis of science. We are doing something, we are inventing, and we want to share what we found with the others. And in many cases, and especially if we are dealing with larger societal challenges, we can't do this alone. We need to collaborate. We need to work in a much wider environment, and we need to collect data which previously nobody thought that they are needed together. So they were processed here, here, and there. Now what we are trying to do with EOSC to support this kind of a cross-disciplinary collaboration, and this is another important aspect. And what we are doing it, and how we are doing it in a country, is that having the common background, having the common set of basic tools starting from the licensing DMPs will hopefully help to understand when we are moving from one direction to another, that you will have to learn the content. This is something which we cannot get rid of, but you will not need to learn the envelope, because the envelopes will be homogeneous or very much interoperable. And so, as a particular thing within the country, what we did was that instead of working with ministry on a plethora of competitive projects, how to build EOSC, we made an agreement that it makes sense not to compete but to collaborate. So we have just few large, long-term till 2028 projects which allows us to cover these things in a collaborative manner. We don't have losers, because that was the major problem which I had, that okay, if we go for the competitive work, then we will have some winners. So the life science area will win, and say the physics will lose. What it does mean for EOSC? It means a lose for the EOSC as whole, because then some area will be promoted, the other area will not. Oh, come on, this is not what the EOSC is actually about. We need to make sure that we are having the really wide impact across the scientific disciplines. And the last thing, I will probably take 2 more minutes, but not more, the European dimension. As I said, the EU started with EOSC around 2016, dozens of projects, formal setup, which already Jan Hrušák mentioned. We have the EOSC tripartite, and the tripartite is these 3 partners. The European Commission representatives, currently the DG Connect and DG Research, who are representing Commission toward the EOSC implementation, EOSC Steering Board, Ministry-nominated national representatives, both EOSC Steering Board, Czechia representatives we have now here. You have seen Jan Hrušák and Petra Nidburgerová in the last row is also with us. So that's excellent. And then we have the EOSC Association, the legal body whose members are institutions from countries across Europe, which is to represent in the tripartite the view and position of those who are building EOSC, really building, not supporting in terms of the ministries, and who are using EOSC. So that's why it's called tripartite. And the result of this is what is called SRIA, the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, currently 1.2, under preparation 1.3. And this is the scope which tells what the Commission thinks, what these 3 parts thinks how the EOSC should evolve. And the last thing is, the current development is that at the European level, we are now aiming to create the EOSC Federation, which is in fact nothing else than another meta-infrastructure built on what we already have. Fine. We have the EOSC node, which is something prima inter pares, supported directly and paid directly by the Commission, which offers like hub-like services, so the central things, the central AI and related stuff. But then around it, currently we are in a process at the European level to build the ecosystem of other nodes, which will provide ASA services, which is more or less what we are discussing about here with the NRP. This can be seen as, at this moment, as a virtual EOSC node. All the services, all the things, and then we have the concept of thematic nodes, which you can imagine as the result of the Open Science 2 project, you will hear about it a little bit later on, to produce the actual repositories and data behind. So the thematic nodes will provide the data. The national nodes are expected to provide sometime data as well, but especially the ecosystem of the services and tools. And together they create this web, the federation, which we claim the EOSC will be. And there are some challenges. Jan already mentioned the EOSC handbook, because there is a lot of discussion what we actually expect from this. So if you are interested at the European level, look at that. And there is the last thing, which is the summary. So EOSC implementation is an opportunity as well as a challenge. We have our specific Czech interpretation how the EOSC should look like. This is focused about the ecosystem around the dealing with fair data, fair research data. We are building strongly on existing large research infrastructures with special emphasis of the e-infrastructure, the e-infra CZ, which is the research infrastructure which is in fact pushing these things forward. And what we are also trying to do is make sure that, like this even today, that we are raising the awareness of what we are doing and demonstrating how we are moving. So we think that EOSC is an opportunity to improve how we deal with research data, and this implies how we deal with improving our own research. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you for the amazing speech. I have a quick question. You seem to be really into FAIR and EOSC. Can you tell us how much time did you spend managing your own data?
0, because I don't have time to manage my data. I am more consulting others.
Okay, thank you. So,
But I spend approximately 26 hours per day on working on EOSC, so it's minus 2 hours in a standard universe.
Okay, we have time for one quick question from the audience. Is there some? There is no quick question, so okay, one quick question.
I was thinking about the National Metadata Directory, if there's any fusion of national metadata directories on European level expected in the future.
I think that the question may be better answered after the Petra Černohlávková next presentation on the metadata. So I will leave it to either her or together with me on the next one, if you allow me, because she is working on the metadata directly, and I think that this will go. And she may answer it during her presentation directly as well.
And this is a huge topic, so maybe we can postpone it to the
exactly,
informal discussion in the end. Okay.
In the afternoon after all the presentations.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And one question from the Slido, the top one.
Yes, we have a nice question regarding accessibility. So if we set access to our group members, are they able to manipulate the data there, or are they just able to download the data?
It is a good question to understand what the repository in fact is. Because in our understanding, and I would say not only ours, the repository keeps data which are immutable, which cannot be changed. Naturally, if you discover an error, you need to correct it. But this is doing by things which resemble the most the versioning. So if there is a data, there must be there, if you would like to change them, to modify. If the question was whether we will support working on the data within the repositories for read-only but still processing, the answer is this is part of kind of a hot discussion between me, I am supporting that, and those who are, say, responsible for the infrastructure, who are a little bit aware of the impact on the actual repository infrastructure behind that. But definitely, especially for large data sets, I think that the future must be to allow, at least for the read access, the modifying is, as I said, with the versioning a little bit more complicated, for the read access that we will, and this is the connection to the e-infra, that we will support as efficient as possible, working with the data which are already there, because it's not doesn't make too much sense to download petabytes of data for your own processing unless special cases. And if it is repeated again, it makes sense to make it integral.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker delivering her lecture on libraries and their role in EOSC is Petra Černohlávková. She is the head of the Repository and Metadata Management Center at the National Library of Technology with deep expertise in metadata systems. Passionate about fostering knowledge sharing and actively engages the community in discussions on metadata standards and interoperability. She loves physics.
So, Misha, thank you for the introduction, and let's dive in the role of libraries in the EOSC. So, just a bit more about me. I have many things to do, and so I'm not only head of the center, but also lead into two work packages in two different projects. One is clear, it's cards, and it's the methodological support for metadata and persistent identifiers. But the second one, less known, is the National Repository for Publications. I'm also lead of the working group for metadata, co-chair of Bitfest International Conference that was held this summer. Well, June was a really good one, so the outputs are in the institutional repository of NTK if you are interested. And I'm also a lecturer in the Data Steward course at the Charles University. So let's start what people usually think that the librarians look like and what the libraries look like. So I think that this is quite clear, and this one is quite difficult, isn't it? I also asked the ChatGPT what thinks about the library and how they look like. And it includes the library as well, what they think. So I believe the idea is that we like to read, shush people, and that's what we do, and borrow books probably. Well, let me tell you something. There are not only librarians working in libraries. And yeah, okay, it might be true about some libraries and some people as well, but the variety is wide, broad, and we do more and more things than you would think about. So maybe let's see into some real libraries, that how they look like. So this is, for example, Vozovna library, part of the municipal library in Prague. So it's not full of books, there are places to sit, read, discuss. The same you can find in the education and research libraries in Pilsen or in Hradec Králové. So they are modernized buildings, places where you can hang out. The same as the university libraries. Here we have the Southern Bohemian University Library, Masaryk University Library, and of course the National Library of Technology, because I cannot skip that. So there are different approaches, there are different libraries, they have different roles, and the same is with the people working in those libraries. So what we really do, we help our users fulfill the information needs, and that's much more than borrow them books or provide the space. So related to EOSC and open science, the libraries have been supporting open access over 12 years, counting from 2012 when Berlin Declaration was signed by Association of Libraries of the Czech Universities. Then we have a really strong working group under this same association of open science specialists. And well, all the e-resources you use, they are provided by libraries. So on the national level, it's Czech eLib, but at each library, there will be somebody to help you with the e-resources. So you can find your articles and other articles and stuff you need for your research. But that's not all. It's really broad. So there is an academic support. There are so many courses, lectures, and these things, and individual consultations on how to write your first article for students at the doctoral programs, how to write your thesis, how to cite, and so on. And the list could be long. So, but in the theme of EOSC, what libraries do or could do for EOSC. They could be curators of repositories and digital libraries. Many of them already are. I used to be one before I got all these lead roles. Then metadata specialists as well. The universities provide them the basic training in metadata, curation, digital libraries, repositories, ontologies, taxonomies, and these things, which is really helpful where to start with. Then in the point, put some logos in the top corner. It's always putting an acknowledgement organization that is really involved in this area, let's say. So in this case, it is the NTK. And my department actually working on the Czech core metadata model that will be used in the national metadata directory that was mentioned here already a few times, and working on the national repository catalog. But then we have also National Library of the Czech Republic that has a really large database of the national authorities that could help all of us to work with the data, so we don't need to create new records of the creators of the data sets and some other important information there. The interesting thing is that most of the repositories, for example, for thesis, are based at the university libraries as well, so they are already part of that world. Then we have data management support, the data stewards, really new hot topic. Everybody needs data stewards for the institutional level, in the team, and so on. So the librarians are also trying to get to be part of it and support this thing. So you can find librarians working as the data stewards as well and be located as part of the library, but it's not always like that. But what is important to say that the Institute of Information Studies and Librarianship at the Charles University have a training program that's for 1 semester. The registration will be open soon, or maybe it's already, sorry for the detail. And 2 semester there's University of Vienna. These programs are running for a short time, but already we have some people who graduated these programs. So that's also something interesting to know about the librarians. And the Central Library of Charles University is in charge of the central support of the data steward community within the NRP project. And we are working together on the data steward handbook coming in 2025. Then we have persistent identifiers, really important part of the whole EOSC and work with the research data. So librarians also act as persistent identifiers coordinators. And the support related in the persistent identifiers is mostly needed for ORCID ID because the researcher decides what's going to happen with that. And sometimes also assign to ORCIDs more and more, so they need help with that. And with other IDs sometimes as well, and that's something that library can handle really easily and well. Again, here is the National Library of Technology. We have the National Center for Persistent Identifiers that is under the center I'm in charge of. And currently we have 11 member organizations in DOI and 24 organizations in ORCID. And these organizations are using the persistent identifiers, have their own integrations, so they need to provide the support to their end users, to the researchers, how to work with ORCID, and provide DOIs if they assign in any system. And as an example, I put that the University of Chemistry and Technology in Prague, they have a full-time dedicated to ORCID and collecting data to ISVAVI, to RIF. So it can be also part of the libraries. Then we have design services and UX. So in this case, the librarians act as services designers, testers, UX specialists, and again, the universities provide training in that. So the Institute of Information Studies and Librarianship has it mostly as a part of the basic training, but at the Masaryk University, the Department of Information and Library Studies is really focused on this area, has a long tradition since 2012, and you can also have a distant program, a bachelor program in this specialization, and as well profilize in your master degree. So there is a training for that. But in general, librarians are well trained in providing information and digital literacy support. So there is a wide range of training courses related to data management, providing information materials, raising awareness, providing individual consultations, monitoring demands of funders on data management plans, which can be a bit tricky with so many funders with different conditions. So in general, you can say that you can use help from a librarian in any stage of the research circle. They will always be there to try to help you. So libraries are not the place where you can borrow books or just sit and wait for your next lecture or where you need to meet your friends. But they are large and wide scope support centers that can help you. So don't be afraid to use them. We don't have answers to everything, but we usually know where to find them. So that's the important part. So, thank you. I think I was quick and effective, hopefully. This 15 minutes.
I think I need to go to the library now.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, great. Is there any question from the audience? Are there some questions in the Slido?
No, there is no question.
Great, so I have a question.
Okay.
What are the biggest challenges libraries face in being part of the EOSC initiative in the Czech Republic?
Well, the biggest challenges are not only part of the EOSC, but in general are the prejudices that the librarians are not the ones who are really willing to collaborate or know things and would be just reading. That was what I mentioned. But that also leads to the major issue that I see within the general library community, and is the financial under-evaluation of librarians. So for me, for example, as a head of the department, it's still tricky to find really good people because I cannot pay them enough. And it's given how the salaries work in the library ecosystem. So this is the biggest challenge. And the other thing is as well that we try to act on the new things coming in, and that's EOSC as well. So now there is increased demand of curators, metadata specialists, data stewards, and these things. But it takes time till we train to be that good and to really know things in the detail. So it needs time, and sometimes the change of curricular systems is not fast as well. So those are the main issues, I would say, the challenges.
Those are challenges similar to those which universities need to face nowadays. Okay, great. And I have one more quick question. Okay. Are libraries somehow from the Czech Republic communicating with libraries on the European level or worldwide in the matter of data management?
Of course, I mean, the data management is related to libraries worldwide. It's not that only Czech libraries would decided to work with research data and these things. So it's pretty common. We have really strong connection to Australian institutions and other places related to persistent identifiers, for example. But yeah, the collaboration is there, and it's really welcome. So,
okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And now, let me welcome our international speaker, Oliver Koepler, who will give a lecture on experiences and perspectives from NFDI. Oliver Koepler is the head of the lab-linked scientific knowledge at the Leibniz Center for Science and Technology in Germany. He is one of the spokespersons of the NFDI for Chem Consortium for Chemistry in German National Research Data Infrastructure. In his role as spokesperson of the NFDI section Metadata, Terminologies and Provenance, he is interested in the topic of semantic interoperability across disciplines, frameworks, and beyond. Oliver is organic chemist by training, but he continued his career in the last 20 years in the area of digital libraries, data science, and research data infrastructures. Oliver always looks forward to traveling to Prague by train, as the Eurocity has a dining car with Czech culinary specialties, which is way different than Deutsche Bahn.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. And so my head is already buzzing, so I absorbed so much information and input, and just learned that the Czech National Research Data Infrastructure is always coming in conjunction with EOSC. And you will hear in my presentation EOSC only at the very end, although NFDI, of course, is meant as a national hub for the EOSC by Germany. And I'm also not disappointed, but I would love to align and link more to the presentation we had earlier from Matej. And
I will pick at least up the chemistry a little bit more, because you will hear about the chemistry consortium as a detail of one of the example consortia from the scientific communities. So this maybe as a prelude. I'm very happy to be here, and thanks for the invitation, and I would like to talk a little bit about the past and present work we do in the National Research Data Infrastructure, NFDI, in Germany. And you will learn a lot of new acronyms, as you can see here: NFDI, NFDI for Chem, BASE for NFDI, TS for NFDI. There is a lot of NFDI going on in Germany. And so I would like to guide you through, so my presentation will cover several aspects of the NFDI after a short introduction about the motivation, the vision, and the strategy of the NFDI and the NFDI Association. I would like to give you a very comprehensive overview of one of the 26 domain-specific consortia and how we actually develop a research data infrastructure for a specific community. Diving deeper into the collaborative work of the consortia within the NFDI, I would also like to present to you the NFDI sections and how the consortia address the cross-cutting topics like identity management, metadata standards, long-term archiving. We deal with the same challenges and problems we have heard earlier this morning, and maybe we have similar approaches or sometimes maybe different approaches, but it would be interesting to align here and there. With the BASE for NFDI consortium, the NFDI consortia is organizing the necessary developments for cross-cutting topic solutions, which are the so-called basic services. And again, we will have a closer look at one of the specific basic services currently under development, the TS for NFDI, the terminology service for the NFDI consortia and community. And finally, we will look into the future of the NFDI and its potential contributions and collaborations or connections to the EOSC. So, NFDI unites quite a range of stakeholders, from research institutions, universities, research data centers, libraries, HPC centers, and more. And the initial idea and outline of the NFDI was described in the publication Performance Through Diversity by the German Council for Information Infrastructures already in 2016. And the funding program was then launched in 2018 with a budget of €1 billion for the upcoming 10 years. And the first consortia then started their work in autumn 2020, and at the same time the NFDI Association and the NFDI Directorate was founded in Karlsruhe. And since last year, in a stepwise increase of the domain-specific consortia and the foundation of one cross-cutting consortium, we are now in fully operational mode since last year. And I would like to dive a little bit deeper. So what is so special about the NFDI? And maybe you see there are a few differences. First of all, it's all science-driven and demand-orientated. So it's all about the communities, the scientific disciplines. And each of the initiatives, each of the consortia went through a consensus finding process within its community to identify the specific needs of this scientific community the consortium is representing. And one very specific and unique requirement of the NFDI is and was that there's only one initiative, only one consortium, one proposal for a scientific discipline each. So we have only one chemistry consortium, one from physics, one from mathematics, one from engineering. And this is completely different what we have seen in the past. So other than in 20 years before, we have created and built up consortia for infrastructure projects which unite the infrastructure providers, of course, but the data experts, the data scientists, the researchers in a very unique setup. And the major focus of these consortia is not to create and develop more infrastructure, more hardware, but instead to connect and consolidate existing solutions that have been built up during the last decades. And this is also the reason why we don't see very much invest into hardware to create new repositories, but to invest into people and brains. So this is somehow irritating sometimes, especially from foreign cooperators. We are discussing with that we don't have this much invest into hardware. So this is how it looks today, 24, so all the 26 consortia, and you can see they are quite equally distributed across the 4 main scientific areas: life sciences, humanities, and social sciences, natural sciences, and engineering sciences. And in the middle, you can also see the base for NFDI consortium, which is organizing the collaboration of all the consortia and the development of the cross-cutting services to address the shared needs and requirements identified. So the consortia and the over 290 members of the NFDI association form quite a comprehensive network across Germany, as you can see here on the map. And overall, we can say that in total, roughly 1,500 people, researchers, data experts, computer scientists, ontology engineers, metadata experts, IT personnel, and more are involved. So this is quite a number of manpower we have here. And since its beginning, the NFDI consortia have developed roughly 250 services for their communities. And this is only a very short selected list. And for example, we see quite a huge impact of the electronic lab notebooks and the seamless data workflows and the integration and connection of tools. We have many help desks which specifically address the scientific communities. A platform for biodiversity data to be visualized and analyzed to pick up the question how to combine repositories and data analysis, for example. We have RDM knowledge bases specifically designed to the needs of the researchers, platforms for simulation as a service. Data protection, legal issues is a huge topic when it comes to publishing and reusing data, and they're very active in this area as well, and also the design and development of tools for data management plans, especially actionable data management plans, which is also covered by one of the basic service developments. But the NFDI is not collaborating only on the level of the consortia to each other. So the NFDI association is also present on an international level. And here we see for the first time the EOSC. So the NFDI is a mandated member of the EOSC association. And a lot of consortia and members of the consortia are very active in various research data alliance, working groups and interest groups. And the NFDI association also is participating in a Gaia-X project called Fair Data Spaces. There is a lot of connections and collaborations going on an international level of the NFDI association, but way more on the level of the different scientific communities, which have a very, very strong and wide international network on their own as well. But the NFDI is also cooperating within Germany with other initiatives, for example, the RDM initiatives from the federal states, which are the last mile, the last step to reach out to the local users at the universities as well. So a lot of collaborations with the RDM services at the universities and further initiatives like the data competency centers, which are focusing on training and the data steward training and train the trainer concepts. I would now like to take a few minutes and briefly present the vision, strategy, and approach of one of the individual consortia within the NFDI. And here we have again a little bit chemistry. The chemistry consortium NFDI for Chem, where I'm one of the spokesperson, and we are focusing on molecules and the data about molecules, characterization data, and data about the reactions. And so an NFDI for Chem, we aim to digitize basically all workflows dealing with research data, so to provide a seamless data flow starting as early as possible in the lab at the devices measuring the data, and then use electronic lab notebooks to collect the data from the machines, to do the analyzation, validation, and also combining it with the documentation of the experiments, and thus creating an ecosystem of rich data with continuous application or addition of semantically rich metadata in the end to increase the definability and data reuse in the repositories. Also a major part of what we are doing, this is basically true for most of the consortia, is that we foster the cultural change in the scientific communities, changing the mindset of the researchers in the way they handle and work with research data, and to increase the way data is structured and stored in the future, hopefully. So each step we are supporting is structuring data and adding metadata, which is then made available to the downstream services, so starting from the electronic network to the repositories, the tools, and everything. And this way we continuously in small steps add metadata, and the research do this even without knowing that they actually do metadata management. And in the end, the ELN then can publish and generate complete experimental sections for paper publications. You can directly push the data to the data repositories. You can create supplementary material for publications. This can be done all from one tool in the end. So also picking up the discussion earlier about the repositories, what we have within one domain-specific consortium already is a federation of trusted repositories dealing with specifically chemistry data, and therefore also domain-specific metadata. So this is what we currently offer our users, and which can be used by the chemistry community, and is also already recommended by the major journals when it comes to data publications. So we have process analytical data which can be fed into the Chemotion repository. We have several repositories for spectroscopy. We have sub-domain specific repositories for enzyme data, for external Lustrenda. NOMAD is covering simulation data, and Superbank about supramolecules, and Radar for Chem is more for the entail of data which is not specifically defined and which does not fit in one of the previous one mentioned. The creation of domain-specific metadata and the application of chemistry ontologies plays a crucial role in our strategy, and many others as well. So we have defined this concept of minimum investigations for chemical investigations, where we define what to report about chemistry data, and the metadata schemas then next define how to report the data. And within the schema, we have the control terms from the terminologies, the ontologies we apply and propose. And the terminologies then again are provided by our terminology service, which is an integral part of one of the basic services, TS for NFDI as well. And using the API of the terminology service, all our tools, the ELN, the data repositories, the data annotation tools, can directly grab the data or the control terms and use this for data annotation, and then later on the repositories provide this data to the search service, which does the harvesting and indexing, so that we have a search service across all repositories, which currently index 140,000 data sets from chemistry with chemistry-specific metadata underlying also chemistry ontology, so this data is already zementified. As I mentioned in the introduction, the NFDI is a bottom-up approach and driven by the needs of the researchers in the community, and within NFDI for Chem we regularly conduct surveys to identify these needs and requirements and also to analyze the impact of our activities and services. And we successfully have trained by today over 1,000 chemists in specifics of RDM for chemistry, the use of ELNs, the application of the Smart Lab, and our training materials and gained knowledge is accessible via the knowledge base and a lot of video tutorials as well. And finally, to increase the awareness of RDM, but also to give some incentives, we award the Fair for Chem Data Award for the fairest data set each year, which is a huge success, and we do this in cooperation with the German Chemical Society. And but we still realize that changing the mind of the researchers takes time, but we can see a steady improvement by the use of the ELN, for example, and also by the increasing recommendations from the journals to use our repositories and the author guidelines of the different chemistry journals. I've mentioned the cross-cutting topics earlier on in the NFDI, the topics across the consortia or which are of interest across the consortia. And the NFDI sections are the formal bodies of the NFDI association, where the consortia organize themselves to discuss and work on these topics across the disciplines which the consortia have a shared interest in. The topics like identity management, we have seen this morning, cross-discipline standards for metadata, ontology harmonization, long-term archiving, legal and ethical aspects for research data management have been identified as early as 2018 during the formation of the first initiatives. And the Berlin Declaration and also the Berlin Declaration already provided at this point a comprehensive landscape analysis and also drafted first approaches how these challenges can be addressed within the NFDI. And so the NFDI sections are finally then the outcome of a series of strategy workshops moderated by the NFDI Directorate, where these cross-cutting topics were categorized and prioritized. And as a result, first 5 sections were formed, so the section metadata, terminologies, provenance, the section common infrastructures, training and education, and ethical, legal, and social aspects. And last year it was then the time to also cover the topic of industry engagement. So this is the last section, which was then introduced in 2003. And each section has agreed on a charter and a working program, and is then further organized in working groups, task forces, or work packages. And these working groups have their individual work programs, which are aligned to the charter of the section, of course, but basically go deeper into the specific topics, as you can see here. So on the left, starting the section common infrastructures, then vice versa, metadata, and then we have EduTrain and ELSA and industry engagement. Depending on the individual setup, these groups consist of experts for this topic from the consortia or experts from the NFDI member institutions. But of course, there is always room, and experts from the outside NFDI are also very welcome to join our discussions. The working groups usually meet every 2 to 4 weeks to discuss certain topics, while the sections usually meet every 3 months only. And the working groups are further the platform, the forum, where the consortia delegates shape the idea of basic services to transform then the requirements around a cross-cutting topic into a proposal to develop something like a basic services which can be used then by the majority of the consortia. And we will have a closer look at one of these basic services in a minute, but as you can see here from the highlighted ones, so this is our current setup of the basic services. So data management plans, for example, terminology services, as I mentioned before, knowledge graphs, persistent identifiers, research software engineering are one of the first basic services we currently address and develop. Which brings me to the only cross-cutting consortium we have, the base for NFDI and the basic services. And the idea was formed then out of this ongoing discussion of the sections, and the vision of base for NFDI is then basically to provide cross-disciplinary services to drive fair practices, and it's a consortium, an initiative of all 26 discipline-specific consortium, so basically a consortium of the consortia. And like the consortia, it's driven by the demands and needs of the community. Therefore, it's distilling the high-level requirements from the different scientific user communities. The general work or overarching work of base for NFDI is driven by 2 key principles. So first of all, as I said, following the needs of the users, and following the second one, following the strict quality criteria to complement the work of the discipline-specific consortia to align into a service landscape of the NFDI, which is actually quite a challenge to draft something like an overarching IT architecture across all the scientific services or scientific discipline-specific services we are currently developing in the consortia. And therefore, base for NFDI provides a framework for defining potential basic service candidates from the discussion and elaboration of the cross-cutting topic discussions within the NFDI sections based on a user-driven requirement analysis, and then provides seed funding for these basic services. And it also provides some stakeholder roles to support both the sections and the different projects, which are on the one side the service stewards and on the other side the section liaison officers, because most of the work we see in the sections is basically in kind from the different consortia. So the basic service projects pass through several stages of development. We have the initialization phase at the beginning, then the integration phase, and last but not least, the ramping up phase. And each proposal requires NFDI consensus moderated in the sections by the sections, and additional consortia votes to enter the next stage. And all this is then also assessed by a technical expert committee as an independent expert panel to provide additional input for the process. And as you can see, the requirements for basic service are increasing with each step. So at the beginning, you need only 25% of support from the consortia. And then when it comes to the ramping up phase to go into a sustainable mode, then you will need the support of 75 of the consortia that they will use this service, and this is a service which is useful for them to use. So after now 18 months of operation of base for NFDI, we had 7 calls for project proposals for basic services. We are currently running 8 basic service projects, which are supported by 7 service stewards, and then overall we have a little bit above 22 project partners or partner institutions within this basic service projects. Identity and access management, terminology services, and PID services are short before initiating the integration phase, so the proposals have been already accepted. ERM is already in the integration phase, and Knowledge Graphs will submit the proposal for the integration phase very soon, while the others are currently at the beginning in the initialization phase, latest one, RDM training for NFDI, for example. As promised, a closer look into one of these basic services and what we actually do there, the terminology basic service, TS for NFDI. So TS for NFDI as a service project aims to standardize and harmonize terminology management within the NFDI, providing the platform and the tools to do so, and to facilitate then in a later step the interoperability of services to achieve a common knowledge representation across all the communities and an engineering framework. So it offers, on the one hand, something we call the terminology service suite of widgets, small JavaScript widgets you can implement as a service provider into your front end, into your services to apply and provide terminologies in the different setups for data annotation services, for example, for repositories, for electronic lab notebooks, but also for search engines. And these widgets then use a centralized API gateway to access terminologies from the terminology service backend, where you can access and the different terminology services which are provided by the communities of the NFDI, but also other terminologies within or external from NFDI. So this is an offer to plug and play a functionality to do semantic data annotation in the future. So finally, some words about the European Open Science Cloud and NFDI and the possible future and the next steps we approach and are facing next year. So looking back at the over 250 services developed within the consortia already and the ongoing development of the basic services in base for NFDI, we have 2 very rich service portfolios which are potential candidates for the EOSC and a potential NFDI EOSC node. And within the NFDI, so looking at these over 200 services, we are already discussed common service interoperability criteria and the overarching IT architecture, but as the implementation of the basic services as the most prominent candidates for NFDI node, we should also already looking into the EOSC interoperability framework to consider this early on during the service development stages. So, and therefore, Base for NFDI has recently published a policy paper on the evaluation of the EOSC interoperability framework and the impact of for the basic service projects. And as a result, we will now adjust the conditions and criteria for the basic service projects to take into account this interoperability framework as soon as possible during then the integration stage. And the ERM for NFDI service, which is currently the most major one we have within the base for NFDI portfolio, is potentially the use case to validate this interoperability requirements against. So to close, the year 25 will be a very, very busy one for NFDI, for the base for NFDI consortium, but for all NFDI consortia as well, to fill this with life, what was announced by the German government during the EOSC week in Berlin, which was then NFDA goes EOSC. And with this, thank you very much, and lucky to answer questions.
Thank you, Oliver, for your speech. I'm very pleased that we share the idea of fostering the cultural change, both our EOSC Czech initiative and NFDI. And also I'm pleased that we keep in our minds the issue of interoperability. Thank you for that. And now, is there any question from the audience? Marek. Wait for a microphone, please. Okay. Is there any microphone? Oh, okay. So also the people at the Zoom can hear us.
Thank you for your very nice lecture, and I know you are very active in NFDI for CHEM. How is this consortium collaborating with Czech community of chemists?
Not that much yet. I'm here to discuss and to build up new network connections, of course. Would love to.
Okay, more questions from the audience?
Yes. Are you successful in transferring of results of NFDI projects to worldwide domain communities? Any success stories? Is it effective to do it nationally first?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat, please?
Yeah. Are you successful in transferring of results of NFDI projects to worldwide domain communities? Any success stories? Is it effective to do it nationally first?
Tricky one, but thank you. Yes, on the level of the community-specific consortia, we see that we partner up with similar initiatives worldwide, where we have a very vivid exchange of experiences. Again, from the chemistry consortium, for example, so we cooperate there with the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry. We cooperate with the PSDI project, which is basically our sister project in the UK. And there we actually team up with the developments with regards to standards, ontologies. We cooperate with the OBO foundries. So there we see a lot of international networking and also transfer of what has been developed within the NFDI.
Thank you very much, Oliver.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've gathered plenty of energy during the lunch and that you are as excited as me for this session because we will have a session conveniently named National Repository Platform for Research Data. The first speaker of this session is David Antoš, who will present on National Repository Platform, status and plans. David has a background in computer science. He has been head of the data storage department at CESNET for more than 10 years, and he's currently responsible for development and operations of the National Repository Platform. In his spare time, he enjoys tinkering with 3D printers, and he prepares for his future career of a tram driver. Welcome, David.
Thank you. May I get my slides, please? Well, this lecture contains no jokes, so be prepared for that, and my task is more or less to keep you awake after lunch and to talk about, thank you, data storage in context of Infra CZ, because that's the backup services you might be familiar with, and how we evolved from storing just the data to storing data with reasonable descriptive metadata, and how we created a National Repository Platform out of that. So I will talk about how the National Repository Platform will be useful for end users who are searching for data and, for example, need to choose a suitable repository to store their data into. How the National Repository Platform will be also useful for repository administrators, because we will not have a single repository containing all the data, but a lot of repositories that needs to be administered and curated for. And how we also plan to store documents together with data, and what's the state of National Repository Platform development and plans. And I believe my microphone is quite hot because I can hear some ringing from my left side. So if you can turn it a bit down, I think it would be beneficial for everybody. Thank you. Well, data storage services in the National Repository Platform have been around for quite a long time. We have quite a lot of systems coupled directly with computational resources, which means basically various home directories and scratch directories in computational clusters that are understood and described as a part of computation environment itself. It's realized almost exclusively as classic file systems and is completely out of scope of this presentation. We have some general purpose data storage facilities, which I'm responsible for, that are also known for the lack of better name as object storage, based on the technology we are currently pushing to create them, and some special data services. I will spend several slides on those in order to give you some context for the National Repository Platform itself, which of course will be the main topic of this talk. Okay, current general storage facilities. We are operating 5 storage clusters based on object storage system Ceph, which is also known as software-defined storage, if you like buzzwords. That provide the users with 3 basic interfaces, Amazon S3, Rados block device if you want to create your file system for yourself, and if you ask very, very politely, you can also get CephFS. And the service basically means you get direct access to storage. We use this service for generic users' data. There are no restrictions what you can put on the storage systems, except for it must be your scientific data, because that's the purpose of the infrastructure. We have more than 120 petabytes of physical capacity in those types of storage, and we plan on gradual modernization and improvement of the physical infrastructure. Nevertheless, you cannot expect a significant capacity increase there, because part of this functionality will be taken over by the National Repository Platform. We also have some higher level services that are just briefly mentioned on the slide. In order to support scientific data, we used to identify 3 basic use cases for those types of storage. It was backup, archiving, and data sharing. And of course, with emerging requirements for data retention and data fairness, this is no longer sufficient. So the role of the generic storage facilities is shifting more towards computing data and towards data that is being processed. And we also add specialized services for real scientific data. So, to discuss generic storage use cases, we intend to use them for short and mid-term storage of scientific data. For example, data that is used for computation tasks and exceeds the standard size of disk arrays that are available throughout the computation infrastructure. We use them for data that is to be verified, whatever that means, through stored data that is too big to be ever directly stored in repositories, which basically means that if you produce data that is strongly decimated during their processing, well, it may or may not make sense to store the primary data into a repository, because repository storage is quite a bit more expensive than just generic storage on object storage facility. And those types of storages are also very useful for sharing data among users, because we have quite an advanced identity and access management systems. Well, another purpose of those storages is also to create a buffer for users who plan on using the National Repository Platform to store their valuable, significant and useful data. But anyway, it should not end up as a final resting place of an unstructured mess of files, of course. And the archiving function of those storages will be, of course, taken over by repositories. So, we are getting to the National Repository Platform. What is the National Repository Platform? It's a distributed multi-tenant system for repository instantiation. That didn't wake you up? Okay, I will explain. Distributed means that the system is distributed geographically, so we don't rely on a single location that could, for example, burn down. It's multi-tenant, which means that it's not a single big repository, but quite a lot of specialized, tailored repositories for particular purposes. And repository instantiation basically means that this is the system that is able to build a repository out of prefabricated components, mainly as a service. If there comes a user group who wishes to establish a repository, we can describe what characteristics the repository should have, and we will create a repository suited for their needs. At least so we hope. So, in this process, we can recognize two basic types of users. We have repository end users, who are people who basically search for data, download data, deposit data into repositories. And those users are mostly interested in just a single particular repository or several of them which they use, and they are not interested in the infrastructure itself, of course. The other type of user is the repository administrator or curator, which is a person who establishes and operates a repository for a particular topic, for example, a scientific community or an institution, which, if you are familiar with our current means of operation, it's basically the same role as a virtual organization admin, just a bit more involved. And this is the person who negotiates properties of the repository with the infrastructure, and the infrastructure will be able to create the repository for them. And what is also important to mention, this is also the person who manages user groups deposited data in the repository, and who bears the basic responsibility for the repository as a whole. It might be also beneficial to mention what the National Repository Platform is not. It's not a processing or computation environment. We have other computation resources elsewhere in the eInfra CZ infrastructure, but not in the National Repository Platform itself. It's not an environment just for open data. It's for fair data, but if you deposit the data in the repository, it doesn't automatically mean that the data gets automatically published. Publication is always controlled by users who deposit the data and the community who operates the repository. And the final point is that the National Repository Platform is also not an environment to run generic applications, unless those are applications who behave basically as repositories. I will talk about the definition of a repository a bit later. And or those are directly related systems that just support how the repositories operate. So, it begs for a question: what is a repository? It's a system for storing data with extensive descriptive metadata, which is one way to look at it, and I will present several other ways to look at repositories to cycle around the definition. It's a system supporting FAIR principles. For technical point of view, from technical point of view, it's usually a system with a web interface and API for machine access. It's a system that is basically responsible for data stored in the system, especially for integrity of the data. If you want to study a bit more advanced and quite detailed description to get the feeling of what is usually considered a repository, I can refer to Core Trust Seal certification, a link on the slides. You can study the detailed requirements of the certification there. Another way to look at what a repository is that it must contain citable data sets. It means that if you deposit a data set into a repository and someone else wants to use the data set later, the repository basically guarantees that the data that is retrieved from the repository is the same you entered into. So, if you like formal definitions, which will make you a bit more sleepy than now, it's a technical, personal, and process solution for long-term storage and publication of citable digital objects. What a mouthful. So, we have three basic implementations of repositories in the National Repository Platform. Those are SysNet fork of Invenio, which is a system primarily developed by CERN, Clarin DSpace, developed and operated by the Charles University, ASAP ARL, which is developed currently by the Czech Academy of Sciences. And as I slightly indicated, it's also possible to have other systems in the repository platform that act as repositories. Some of them are even piloted in the National Repository Platform project itself. And to run those, the infrastructure basically offers you S3 storage to keep the data and Kubernetes containerization as a processing environment to run the front ends of your repository. So, I don't do pictures, I will have picture in words. The layers, if you look at the National Repository Platform as a layer system, on the top layer you have end users of the repository who are basically using a repository, which is operated by repository administrators and curators. And the repository is based on a repository implementation that is operated by system administrators and usually has a development team. And the repository implementation stores data and runs in S3 and Kubernetes, which are operated again by system administrators. What it means for end users? Well, I already mentioned the basic use cases. End users typically search for data sets. They can either start in the National Metadata Directory, which is conveniently abbreviated to NMA. The A stays for adresář in Czech, which is a terrible name, but it stays. You have the link there. This is the metadata aggregator that should aggregate the data from all repositories in the platform and should also serve as the primary search interface for all data sets there. If you don't know where to search for the data set, you can start here. And of course, it very soon redirects you to the particular repository the data is actually stored in, and you can perform more detailed searches typically in the specific directory because it has supports for specific metadata models that are implemented in the directory itself. So it was searching for data and more or less downloading the data. And end users also want to deposit data into repositories. And the process of data deposition, well, if you basically, for example, entered a data set into Zenodo or something like that, you are more or less familiar with how it looks from the end user's perspective. It's variation on the same theme. Anyway, it's highly dependent on metadata models that are implemented in the repository and particular procedures that are implemented there, whether the repository is curated, whether there is a procedure how the records get, for example, published or whatever. So it's quite difficult to talk about this in general. Well, if you look at a repository in a scientific workflow, it also brings a question, where the hell should I put my data into a repository when I'm processing my data? The honest and shortest possible answer is it depends, which doesn't say much. So you have more or less two basic aspects to balance. It's usually beneficial to deposit data into a repository as soon as possible, because if the data doesn't change or doesn't change anymore, it's more or less fixed. When you expect the data to be of future value, when you deposit the data into the repository, it brings you at least the advantage that it's easier to track metadata throughout the process. And it also provides some provenance information that the data was stored by you as a user into a repository, which is more or less the third-party service that can attest you were the person who did that. On the other hand, you should not store data into a repository sooner. Because if you, for example, have an instrument that produces quite a lot of data and 80% of your measurements are basically wrong, and you just look at the data and you know it, and that's how the instrument operates, and there is no way around that, and it's completely natural for you, there is quite a little point to store all of your data from your instrument into repositories if 80% of that are not useful. It makes sense to do some selection before. Okay. That was storing the data in the repository. And what about using data from a repository? The data in a repository is typically identified by some kind of persistent identifier. In our case, it will be DOI in most cases. And we will have tools to download data sets from repositories based on their persistent identifiers, for example, to stage those data into computation environments and so on. So from this perspective, staging the data from the repository is more or less the same as staging from, for example, an object storage or from any other remote source. Just a bit more complicated by the fact that you have to resolve the persistent identifier. And it's also useful to note at this point and to disperse a misconception that is around this. The repository is the place responsible for authorization of users when accessing data. So the repository from this perspective is a storage system, and the users don't access the underlying storage directly. They just use the repository, and well, there may be a technical optimization how to make this process more efficient, for example, by using something like S3 pre-signed requests, if you know what I'm talking about. If not, forget it. Anyway, the main message is that users don't go to the storage that is under the repository, they use the repository itself. Well, when depositing data into a repository, it's also crucial to how to choose a suitable repository for your purpose. Well, again, it's quite difficult to discuss in general because it's highly community specific. The general guidelines are, if you have a well-established community recognized repository in your field of study, well, by all means go for it, regardless whether it is in the National Repository Platform or it is not. It's best to use established resource for that. There is still a fuzzy concept of trustworthy repositories, and the communities around repositories are discussing what that should mean. It will evolve, and we will see. Anyway, if a trustworthy, well-established, community-recognized repository is not available in your field or for your particular data set, You can use an institutional repository or a catch-all repository. One of those we also operate. And I believe that it should be up to the EOSC CZ working groups that they should describe some best practices in their fields of study, because, as I said, it's highly dependent on your scientific area. I mentioned the catch-all repository. The catch-all repository currently temporarily covers communities before their own full-blown repositories are established, and it will continue to exist to cover users and groups who have no better option than just a catch-all repository, because there will always be a long tail of science. Okay, let's get from the users to repository administrators. If you are representing a user community that intends to establish a repository, we have created quite an extensive document describing that, unfortunately in Czech, that covers necessary roles and personnel to run a repository, choice of tools, minimal integration requirements, so that we would be happy to say that this repository is part of the National Repository Platform, roles and responsibilities of various actors in this process, and so on. It also includes contacts for consultation, because the project is in quite an early stage. Of course, there are personal contacts and so on. Anyway, the repository administrator needs to set up things like to have a repository administrator and curator, set up metadata profiles for the repository, available licenses, workflows for deposition and access to the data, roles of user groups, and user documentation. There is quite an extensive list for that. Anyway, the infrastructure will prepare standardized components to make this process as easy as possible, but the primary responsibility for setting up a repository is on the repository administrator, of course. So, what is available right now? We have the catch-all repository. You can see the URL on the slide. It's intended for long tail of science and for groups who don't have better options yet. There is quite a small storage capacity so far, because the hardware resources have not yet been procured. We have pilot repositories as National Repository Platform instances that are appearing in the infrastructure. We have the National Metadata Directory. I have already discussed that. And I should also mention, because we were talking mostly about scientific data, so what about documents? There will be a document repository specific for documents that will be available in the middle of next year, will be a part of the National Repository, will act as a catch-all repository, and will be mostly curated by the National Library of Technology within NCBY project. And it will also replace, if you are familiar with the National Repository of Grey Literature, in Czech called NUŠL, Národní úložiště šedé literatury. It will also replace this repository, and the contents of NUŠL will get into the catch-all repository, and it's a mix of documents and harvested metadata. So, to summarize, the National Data Infrastructure will basically have the National Repository Platform. Expected capacity by the end of the project is 250 petabytes physical capacity of disks available in the infrastructure, which translates to about 50 petabytes of user data. The National Metadata Directory. There will also be the National Repository Catalog, which will collect information about repositories available in the infrastructure, possibly also indexing metadata schemas that are used and deployed in the repositories. We will see. We will have some generic storage I was talking about in the very beginning of this talk, and of course supporting systems for that. Let's talk about milestones of the National Repository Platform. We are currently getting ready for groups intending to establish repositories. There is no reason to wait for hardware to be available. It will be a bit later than we hoped for. Anyway, the hardware for the repository platform will be necessary just for storing big data. And if you just want to establish your processes, your metadata schemas, establish how your repository should look like, don't wait, contact us soon, because there will be quite a long queue in the middle of 2025. So by 2025 or through 2025, we should be able to establish repository as a service, as I was describing. First dedicated hardware resources will be available, well, we optimistically expect it by the middle of 2025. It will be more or less late 2025 due to delays in public tenders. And throughout the project, we will continue integration of project results into the infrastructure, and the full capacity should be reached, and full functionality as described in the project should be reached in 2028. So this slide will be probably useful for your reference in the documents, because it contains links to various systems and support available for them. So let's go to the summary. As I described, the role of generic storage without any metadata support in the eInfra CZ infrastructure is shifting towards supporting more active data, more processed data, data that is computed on, and the archival functionality will definitely transfer to the National Repository Platform that will become one of the pillars of the national data infrastructure, with repositories tailored for user needs, repositories as a service provided as an infrastructure service, and all of that while retaining control over data in users' hands. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for the very comprehensive lecture. So, is there any question in the audience in here? Or do we have a question in Slido? Okay.
Yes, we do. When there already exist many subject-specific repositories and catch-all repository, such as Zenodo, what extra things will NRP offer so it will be worth using?
Well, if there is an established repository for your field of study, by all means use that. It doesn't make sense to build a parallel one, unless you are producing such a large amount of data that it more or less begs for a specialized repository with significant hardware resources. But if your data is small and the procedures are established and the community is happy with that, there is no reason to use National Repository Platform in such a case. Anyway, we will be happy to harvest your metadata and metadata of your records into our metadata catalogs. And the second part of the question was about the catch-all repository. The catch-all repository, again, is mostly to cover groups who produce slightly larger amount of data than is suitable for Zenodo or supported by Zenodo. It's operated under Czech jurisdiction on premises in the infrastructure, so that's the basic idea of it. Anyway, the catch-all repository is definitely not be-all and all of the infrastructure. The infrastructure is built to support specific user repositories tailored for needs of user communities. So it's more or less a byproduct in this sense.
Thank you. And I have one more question, and I really need short answer. You provided us a list of duties to establish a repository, and it doesn't seem to be quite a simple process. So why is that? And do you plan to make it somehow a little bit more easy?
Well, yes, the infrastructure will prepare some components that will be available for the administrators of repositories. For example, the base of the documentation that covers how the implementation of a specific system is used will be provided by us. Anyway, if the repository administrator, for example, needs specific metadata models, those are models we don't understand. They are the experts in the field, and they have to describe what the metadata model actually means. So yes, there is quite a lot of work to establish a repository, but that's how the world works.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker of this session on the National Repository Platform for Research Data is Tom Rebok. Tom will present on NRP and eLTER-ERIC data infrastructure. Tom is the head of a research group at the Institute of Computer Science at the Masaryk University. His research interests include data infrastructures and big data analysis. His research group focuses on interdisciplinary research and collaboration with partners from various research fields, particularly from environmental and security research fields. So the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My pleasure is to introduce you our collaboration with eLTER community, a European community from the environmental research. And I'd like to show you, in my quite short talk, I'd like to show you the similarities and with the national EOSC work. And especially, you can consider the eLTER infrastructure as one example of such a infrastructure support for some community. So, eLTER is a research infrastructure focusing on environmental research. In contrast to other research infrastructure, it focuses on so-called holistic approach to environmental science, meaning that they are capturing data from sites called laboratories, as much data as possible from different data domains, and then want to register them, to have them accessible for the researchers, and obviously to support the science. There are 26 eLTER national networks because eLTER is not quite a new project. It's a long-term cooperation of the European countries, and currently something around 500 of measuring stations. eLTER is a partner of many, or in eLTER there are many European partners. For example, eLTER is also in ESPRI roadmap, and is applying for ERIC, future ERIC, and also it has partnerships with many already established research infrastructures and so on. There are several services called topic centers for eLTER, and the one that we are most interested in are the data infrastructures. That's something that eLTER wants for the users to provide them with a service where they can store the data from the stations, the first thing. So access to store, to describe them with metadata, to access those data, and so on. The other service, a set or scope of services is related to the data analysis, to the possibility of analyze and model environmental processes of these data and so on. And the last but not least is if there are some services that, for example, eLTER users introduce, to be able to share them with others, to publish them, to provide the results. The year 2023 was quite hard for eLTER because they realized that their long-term partner from UK withdraw the intent in building the infrastructure. So they were looking for a new partner to build the infrastructure. And that was the time where we joined the project, where we joined the community. We started discussions in the end of the 23. And in April 24, we have formally joined the ongoing projects in each 2020 European programs. where we started to be work package leaders responsible for the infrastructure. So we were providing the new view on the infrastructure and starting more or less from scratch, because there were nothing useful for the other development. So we are building an infrastructure for environmental research for eLTER community. What does it mean? This is a set of services that we are currently providing as a, I would say, as a box, as a research infrastructure that groups together some services, and services that are on the one hand for the users and on the other for the data providers. For example, for the users, obviously they want to provide data registry, catalog services. So this is very close to what my colleague was speaking about, and this is where we closely collaborate with EOSC and using the solutions that David Antoš presented. The other services are related to the analysis. So something like data laboratories, so the labs where you can research your data. For example, spatial data analysis, time series data analysis, and so on. So where you can do your research to expose your data via other services and so on. There are also several supporting services that we are employing in the infrastructure. As there's assumed that there's a lot of services emerging during the life of eLTER, we have also developed a so-called service portal, which is something like, I would say, marketplace for the services, and services related to vocabularies, because this is an activity that covers multiple countries, multiple languages, so that they need to understand each other about the data and metadata semantics. So, for example, the registry services, from eLTER's point of view, it covers two logical components. The first one is for the eLTER's data, so that we are capturing the data from the stations, either provided via web form or via APIs, and registering them, providing them with unique identifiers, storing them, and so on in archives, in data registries. The other is the catalog service, meaning that eLTER also has a lot of partnerships with other repositories and wants to harvest those data. So we have some implementations about how to capture the external, I would say, repositories, we call it catalogs, so that the eLTER user community knows on one place what data they have available for analysis and for research. As I mentioned, the data labs, currently we closely cooperate with Infra CZ and with CZ, where you as researchers also have the possibility to use the Jupyter hubs and so on. There are a set of fine-tuned analysis and images to use for analysis, and especially here we want to make the access to the data as easy as possible for the users. So for example, in eLTER, currently it's not implemented yet, but for the future, we assume that the eLTER users can easily access those data stored in the repositories, even in those in the external ones, so that they can easily access, analyze in the laboratory. There are also some services that were developed by external partners of the project. So maybe some of you who are interested in the environmental research know DAMES SDR from Austria agency, eLTER Data and Integrated Visualizations from Serbia, and eLTER Vocabularies from Italy, where they focus on the semantics of the metadata. As I've mentioned, we have developed a service portal, so that this is something where we not only want to provide the users with the view what services they have available, to easily access them, to easily find the contacts, to easily find them even, and to provide tutorials, but also where we want to concentrate the community on. For example, we want to make them that they want to use the portal, that they, for example, can help each other via some forums or via other other services around the portal. So that this is one of the central point from the user's point of view of the infrastructure. Regarding the data providers' point of view, obviously the most important thing is to the ability to ingest the data. So there's a data ingest portal developed, which once the data are provided, and because eLTER wants to provide the users with the data that have some quality, so that the first thing that's always done with your data that you provide to eLTER is some complex quality checking, so that the data that are accepted are conformant to the quality of the eLTER community, and on the other hand, if something is rejected, you know about it. Obviously, because of the partners, those are not just end users, but there are obviously also the end infrastructures. Some countries have their infrastructures, and they don't want to provide the data twice, once to their own infrastructure and for the and next to the eLTER infrastructure. So that we have to also we have developed some basic extended data provisioning services which allow to integrate the external infrastructure with our solutions and eLTER central infrastructure. So that the data, once they are ingested in the national one, they are automatically provided to the eLTERs. Obviously, monitoring of the data, who have used your data, and so on, so that you may want to know what's happening in the infrastructure. We have developed the data ingest portal, which covers most of the services I have mentioned, and this is currently the portal that supports the eLTER's data mobilization weeks, because eLTER project wanted to establish from January and to force the community to provide them data to allow them, so that we have a very first version in production from January. So it's and which shows and allows those functionality, including the quality checking mechanisms that are there. And this is the tool that is based on the EOSC National Repository Platform and in background. So to summarize what the data infrastructure for eLTER is, it's in fact a complex infrastructure for environmental research, and having two goals: for the data providers to provide them with the environment where they can easily, flexibly, and provide those data, have the knowledge about whether they are conformant to some quality mechanisms and quality assumptions, to see the usage of the data and so on. From the user's perspective, it's related to that you can easily access those data, you can easily find those data, you can easily analyze your data, so that there's an environment that covers not only the findability of the data, but also the analysis and provides you with some powerful environment. In fact, for the Czech environmental community especially, there are several and many opportunities why we want to use to participate in, and why we want to participate in this community. Not only it shows that the Czech Republic researchers can do such infrastructures also that in EOSC or Infra CZ, but there are lots of new opportunities for the environmental scientists, because as I have mentioned, the eLTER wants to establish a European research infrastructure, and the Czech Republic is going to apply for the hosting of the central facility related to those data analysis and gathering. It also enabled the Czech researchers to build and extend their European partnerships and many more. And especially, last but not least, as we are building this infrastructure, because most of the data infrastructures, and you have seen it during the talks today, are providing some similar services, but differently configured. And this is exactly what and how we are building this infrastructure, so that we are creating something that can be easily duplicated, easily multiplied, so that we can have multiple instances even for different communities. So we rely on strong automation, so that, for example, the basis of the analysis of this infrastructure adapted to the needs of the community, for example, metadata model that they want to use, for the services that they want to use, could be done, and could complement the centralized services that EOSC describes and EOSC wants to provide. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm open to your questions.
Thank you, Tom, for a great talk. Is there anyone in the audience from the environmental community?
Nobody?
There's one there. Okay, great. So if you had any question prior to all the others, but anyway, are there any questions in here? Or do we have a question in Slido? Yes. Great.
What system of person identifiers do you use, for example, for geotherms? Is it something you enrich the data completely on your own as a repository provider?
The identifiers, currently the eLTER is quite open to discussions which persistent identifiers we will use. Currently it's the eLTER assumes the data site identifiers, but there's also ongoing discussions about handle.net. Regarding but currently eLTER doesn't have a prefix established, and also based on, as this is currently a set of projects, not the ERIC is not established yet, so currently there's no financing schema that can support this, so even the prefix is not established for eLTER yet. And the second part was?
Is it something you enrich the data completely on your own as a repository provider?
Regarding the enriching data, well, once we get the data together with some metadata, there are also some ongoing automated processes on the ingest part. Some of them are related to quality checking, the other are related to, for example, getting some metadata from the data itself, automatically getting. So we are enriching, but we as IT people know we are just hearing the experts what they want to get from those data and to enrich, but not the data itself, but just the metadata of these data sets.
Tom, and you have nicely outlined the infrastructure and services provided to the eLTER community. And my question is, are you familiar with the EOSC initiative in the Czech Republic or on the European level? And how does it fit there? And what are your future plans?
Yeah. Regarding the EOSC, obviously yes, because we are from the same institute where the EOSC people are also, and in fact this is one of nice examples how and for inspiration, for example, for the Czech EOSC, how the international community wants and what services assume such an international research community from the data repositories and from the platforms related to this. So my goal is to, and we want to be in contact with EOSC. We want to support each other because, and also the European community wants to be very close to EOSC projects as well, because obviously they even in the Europe space they want to be partners with EOSC projects.
Okay, great. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. And the last speaker for the session of National Repository Platform for Research Data is Marek Cebecauer. Marek will present on Towards Automatized Data Management in NRP. He's the chair of the Material Sciences and Engineering Working Group of Czech EOSC Initiative, also known as Matej. He is also a leader of the NRP task for automation of metadata harvesting, and importantly, he's head of the membrane physical biology group at Hejrovský Institute in Prague. Outside of science, Marek spends a lot of time with roses in his garden, maybe his wife's garden. He loves coffee and wine, as well as good jazz music, ideally in the mountain area. So, welcome, Marek.
Hello. I will start with apology, because in the program you have automatization. The correct English term is automation, as Tom correct and Oliver correctly used. And yeah, I hope this will be the only mistake in my presentation. And I already mentioned Tom and Oliver, the preceding speakers. They already touched the point that when speaking of repositories, when speaking of data management and open science or whatever, fair or open data, it is important to consider how to get the data into the repositories. Of course, then comes the very tough process of data quality control and curation. But let's get the data first into the repository in the right format with the rich metadata and how to get it. And this process can be in a super simplified system schema illustrated here, that the researcher has data and manually has to upload it to the system. Yeah, that's the very general situation and current situation in many places. Of course, this could include computational in between that the data are somehow processed in HPC or even on some other platforms for data analysis. But let's stick to the super simple model that I have a data as a researcher. I collect data from interview or from an instrument and for whatever source of research data, and have to somehow upload it to the it's good enough, and have to upload it to the data repository. So this process, as I already mentioned, so if in my team, we are mainly considering that you measure data on some instrument, and from this instrument, you are collecting it to your computer. It doesn't seem to work. And then manually, the researcher has to collect them, prepare them, and upload to some data storage, do the data curation, or at least the metadata enrichment, and that this process comes on very repetitively because you are collecting more data, and as was mentioned by David, you should also select the right data and so on and so on. But how to do it in a more efficient way? Of course, and that's where automation comes. You may let the system to collect the data and parse the technical metadata from the instrument on your behalf and send it to the data storage with all the key information, for example, who performed the measurement, and for example, what part of the part of which project it was, but it could be enriched by any other metadata from a researcher on a way to the data storage about the instrument, about the sample, or about any administrative, for example, from CRIS systems, the administrative information required to store the data. This also, once it is in the search once it is in the data storage, again mentioned already by David, or in an object storage, we can already to some extent search the data and use it for collaboration, but ideally at some point, once the data are cleaned, the data should move on to the repository. In our case, the prospect is that it will be there will be a pipeline from the instrument down to the repository in a fully automated, or if I want to enrich the data, which will be probably the majority of use cases, within the semi-automated system. And now I will just present what the two use cases we are working on. One is based on, one system is called DDR, Data-Driven Research, and another is, I will just mention one data in the task 5.3 of NRP project. There are two other use cases. One is kind of hybrid, which uses components of both and combines it with a CyCAD system. And we have also, in this task, we have also a team around Pavel Straniak, who are working on internet crawler and internet data crawler. I will focus today on DDR system to a little bit illustrate what does it mean data harvesting, data and metadata harvesting automation, because this is what I was asked to present. What do we mean by that? So when you plan to do an experiment, you log into DDR system, and this window will open. This is a work in progress, so you see that it's kind of upside down because my colleagues are software developers and not researchers. So there should be reservation at the top, then measurement, data sets, and instrument at the bottom, which will be soon. This is beta version. Unfortunately, reservation is at the moment, because we just started in January, is not fully operational, so I cannot show you how to do it. But normally you start with by booking, for example, an instrument, and then you continue starting the measurement. So you set up the new experiment, you put it, you fill up the title and where the data set or where the data set will be stored, the instrument you are using, and you can, at the moment, we do not have a full metadata model. There are just tags or keywords, call it as you wish. Then, when selecting an instrument, you select it from a database of instruments, and the technical data about the instrument are automatically uploaded. So this information is stored along your data. And as I said, the parsing system is also harvesting other technical metadata about the particular measurement. So then you click on Start Measurement, and the data are collected. In the system, you can see the collection of your data. Why I was mentioning that you have to select the data where the data set is stored is because you have an option that, for example, on Monday you measure, and then someone else is measuring on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then on Thursday you want to continue. So you can top up the data in one data set or data collection. So this is where you then see your measurements, and you can just control the process of collecting the data and metadata. Then, as I will not go into the details, because you can upload a new, you can register a new instrument in a system if you are admin, and also users. So the system provides a local environment for a relatively simple environment to set up your local automated data harvesting system. And finally, there is something called S3 point browser, because we don't want to develop another electronic lab book, which would, of course, is another level of research data management. So this system, DDR, should be kept as a relatively simplistic data automation, the data harvesting automation system. So here you just have an option to see all your data and handle it, for example, to provide access to your colleagues from the same instance and so on. As I said, this is kind of simplified version, especially at the moment when we are building a minimal viable product, which is what I am presenting currently. And with this, later, this S3 point should enable you to upload the data to the repository which is in NRP. This is currently not, because we are just trying to define, there is no metadata model at the moment, I mean not published yet, and other things we need to find out how to do it properly once also the hardware is available. So that's another thing which is a little bit putting us on back. So this was the DDR system. As I said, the aim of DDR system is to keep this data and metadata harvesting as simple as possible. And there is another group around Radka Svobodova who are developing a system around one data on CETEC. And in principle, it's the same, so I'm not going through all the steps again. The advantage of this, or the data are again harvested from the instrument, the user has a control at the PC, and it's somewhere on the data storage. And the advantage of this one data CETEC system is that it enables at least to some extent, to work with sensitive data, and is already prepared to work with computational systems for HPC and for sharing, which in DDR system is a relatively simplistic, the collaborative approach. And again, even though I'm showing already that the data should go to the repositories of NRP, this part is not yet existing. So the future plans are that this is independent of the system, one database or DDR. It is integrated with computational services available at eInfra, that it works with custom metadata models. At the moment, you cannot use your custom metadata models, and that there is that it is connected to the national sample and instrument databases which are under development at the moment. And I also wanted to little bit tease this architecture, which is you cannot read it, don't worry about it. I just wanted to mention that we drafted, I would call it a draft, of automated data management architecture in our NRP, because this is the product of our team which is focused on on automation of data harvesting, and this is still just a cycle which is linked to the instrument and data extraction and so on, and is not connected, for example, to computational services, verification services, data management plans. So I'm just opening the discussion by presenting this slide. I just wanted to invite people from other teams to join us and expand this architecture to link other services created in NRP to get a general picture. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marek. Great lecture. So, are there any questions in the audience? No. Okay.
So, will it be possible?
Please wait for the microphone so also people in Zoom can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, Mark, I have a question. Will it be possible to export the database locally, or for some part of the database, actually, of the repository?
What?
So, for example, I would like to do on my local disk, basically, some data research with some scripting, which I will be doing differently than the...
This is enabled by the S3 point.
All right.
Already, you can download the data which you have there and do anything you wish with them right now, locally, but we want to link it to e-infra computational services that you can also do it on more powerful systems like IT4I.
Thanks.
Do we have a question in Slido?
Yes, we do have a question. So there is going to exist an NRP repository just for live or raw data. What are your plans for its hosting and management? It will need rather a lot of admin.
Admin, it's a good question because this is not repository. Yeah, this is an ongoing discussion we have with Luděk and David and pretty much everyone in NRP, because these hot data are not yet archived data, and as David mentioned, a lot of data are, if you look at the data, you know they are wrong, even though I would like to mention also that there are a lot of data we just do not understand, and they don't have to be wrong, and it would be actually good to have these data, but this is a long, this would be a long discussion, so I'm very happy to step in, but I'm worried this would keep us from a coffee break, and that's not now. But that's more about data storage than really the repositories which are more for archival. It's somewhere in between these two systems.
We can continue the discussion afterwards, and I have one last short question. Where should we expect to see the results of your work first?
That's a good question again. Of course, being also a chair of Material Sciences and Engineering Group, I expect these labs first, but also my research group is involved in biological imaging, so the infrastructure check bioimaging is of course the first, which is already being involved in this development.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
And now let me introduce our next speaker, Michal Růžička, who will deliver a lecture on NRP and its service ecosystem. Michal is a leader of NRP project work packages 4 and 5, addressing basic and advanced services in the NRP project. He has a background in computer science and now focuses on fair research data management, including sensitive data and other aspects of open science, such as open source. He loves good coffee and tea.
Many thanks for the introduction, and it's my pleasure to tell you more about service. Yeah. Sorry, I'm used to have a mic in my hand, so I will try to stay here. Thank you for the introduction, and now I will try to provide you yet another view of NRP and its services. As was told in the introduction, does it work somehow? No, okay. So I will try to just describe it. As was told in the introduction, I am leader of the working group Core Services, and in fact the services implemented in VP4 and VP5 are more or less developed as results of work of this open working group. So that means that our services that were requested by the end users and researchers from all the research areas that are working in this group. And by the way, this working group is open to all of you. So if you are interested in development of EOSC ecosystem and services, you are welcome to join us. core services is just one of the working groups. So if you are interested, you can still join us. Okay, so now what is the topic of my talk? I will try to provide you view of end user. That means researcher or even research institution on the services that you can expect from NRP project. In the previous talks, you have seen some overview of NRP and some technical details. I will now try to provide you a context of fair data and services for better implementation and handling of data to achieve fair principles in all aspects of the life cycle. So, research data lifecycle. I really like this schema. I am using it a lot in my presentations, so maybe you have seen it. But I think this schema is very useful to show you that NRP is going to help you with all aspects of research data lifecycle. If we start from the plan phase, NRP is going to provide you some services for support of data management planning. And one thing that's focused in all parts of NRP is automatization of all processes and providing data and metadata in machine actionable and machine readable format. So we are trying to allow you integrate your systems, information systems, your workflows with NRP and help you to automate handling of large piles of data we are now we all are coping now. Another, the next phase in the schema is collection. In the previous talk, you was informed about services for automation of reading data from research instruments. That's one collection, one way of collecting data. Yet another is reuse of existing data set that can be downloaded, for example, from some repository in NRP. Processing and analyzing data, you will need some computational resources, as was mentioned in one of the previous talk. NRP is more focusing on storing data, but in NRP services, we are developing tools for connection of NRP storage and repositories to computational platforms to allow you store data to NRP and read data from NRP for processing and these integrations. Of course, preservation is one of the main topics and functions NRP will provide you, and of course, repositories allow you to share and reuse data. So, as you can see, NRP is really providing you complex support for verification. So now let's see it in more details. You have heard a few presentations on NRP topic, so I will not repeat it. I am just going to focus you on work packages or parts of the project that are focusing on the services. In fact, we have two work packages. When one is for, we are thinking about it as mandatory services, really essential services that are really necessary to provide you the experience. And VP5 is providing more advanced services that will help you, but are not really essential for handling. The essential services are in three tasks. One task is focusing on handling metadata. Again, we are focusing on automation. You have heard in previous talks that part of NRP is something called National Metadata Directory. And metadata are, of course, important part of research data and data sets. So with all these data and different metadata standards, you need some tools that will help you to track changes in the specifications, to allow you propagate changes to your metadata and check and validate your metadata according to these profiles. So we are trying to help you with this. Of course, important part of fair data are licenses. If you want to publish your data or reuse some data set from someone else, you have to be aware of the license, what you are allowed to do, what you are allowing to others to do with your data and metadata. So services for help with licenses are, of course, you also need some license or prescription what to do if you are going to upload a data set to some repository. The data access control is really essential. In NRP, we are focusing mainly on fair data. So it is completely okay not to allow everyone to download your data and do anything they want. There are very good reasons, for example, personal data regulations and other reasons not to allow anyone to access the data, so you need precise data control. Again, we need integration with other services, and in fact, in next talk, you will be provided with more details on this. As I told you, verification and support for verification is one of the main topics we are trying to focus. We have specific tasks on support of verification tools for different research areas. We are working on FIP wizard integrations. FIP wizard profiles will provide, again, machine-readable way of describing what precise tools, data standards, etc. are needed in a particular project or particular research area, and allows you to automate these. It is connected with support for data management. We want to help you with generating, not writing, but generating data management plans and allowing machine integration of this information with other systems. About automation of data and metadata collection, you heard in the previous talk, and as I told you, we are trying also to integrate computational resources. And we also want to inform you about the services that are available or will be available, so we are working on a roadmap of these services. And in fact, some results are, as of now, available at EOSC CZ webpage. You have seen this schema in one of the previous talks, so you are aware that NRP is just part of a larger ecosystem of existing services, and we are all working together. So we are trying to interconnect all these pieces and provide tools to integrate with them. So, in the last part of my talk, I will try to provide you a few images and examples what you can imagine behind the services I was talking about. For example, for data access control, we want to do it as a federative system to allow you to use authentication from your institution to allow to join or interconnect profiles, identities from different institutions and provide really effective ecosystem for authentication and authorization. Again, in the next talk, we will see it in more details. This schema is nice, mainly focusing on automation of data and metadata collection. And as you heard about this in the previous talk, but as you can see in the bottom of the image, it's interconnected with other services of NRP. It interacts with workflows and interconnection for HPC and cloud computing to allow you to analyze and process the data. It integrates with persistent identifiers, for example. It has a connection for verification tools, and again, important part are licenses, access control, and other things. So as you can see, it's a complex and interconnected ecosystem. For the data management, maybe some of you are aware of a very nice data management tool called Data Storage Wizard. And I think this tool is a nice example what we expect from the modern application that provides the convenient user interface for the end users and provides API. So you are able to integrate with your local ecosystem, with information systems, provide data in a machine actionable and machine readable format. So if you provide some information via web application, these data are available also for integration with your information system. For example, at our university, our information system for management of research project is integrated with data management with DSV instance. So we have link from research project to its data management plan and vice versa. For licenses, for example, we are going to provide some license chooser tool to help users to select good and fitting license for the data set or software that are going to upload to the repository. One of the output is also deposition license for the repositories that provide regulation on uploaded data sets and other support stuff for verification or licensing part of the verification of your data sets. For metadata, there are works on a tool for handling in formal way metadata profiles. You are probably aware of metadata standards like DataCite, DCAT, and you probably maybe know that there are some national specific modifications of these standards, and also research area specific standards are in play. So the question is, what happens if new version of the standard is published? So we are trying to prepare a tool that will allow you to validate compliance, describe changes, propagate the changes, and all this in a machine actionable way and in implementation that will hopefully will be used on a European level. So to sum it up, we are trying to provide you help and services for all parts of the data lifecycle, for all parts of your research project, and provide it for all research areas that you can be interested in. So many thanks, and if you have any questions, I will try to answer them.
So, Michal, I'm really interested into the tool for data management planning, as I once used it for my own scientific project. So tell me, if I was not from the Masaryk University, but from any other university, how is it possible to integrate it into the systems or informational systems of other universities?
The DSV will be somehow integrated in the NRP ecosystem. At our university, we are using our own instance, but the instance provides API that's available for integration. In the case of NRP, we expect all components of the platform will provide you API for interaction. So similarly to our local instance, NRP will provide API that with proper authentication and authorization will provide you functions that you will be able to call from your systems. And that's not only functionality of data management planning, but as I told you, we are trying to provide API everywhere, so also for AI, the repositories themselves, etc. Yeah.
Thank you. And now there is also time for questions from the audience. Yes, Oliver. Can we have Mike? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the interesting presentation. You had on one slide a few examples of DCAT application profiles. Is this work in progress, or is it already publicly available? Can we look it up?
Yeah, it is a work in progress. In fact, it's implemented by one of my colleagues. If I am right, there was a publication about some version of this tool. I'm not sure if it was published as of now, or it will be published in the next few weeks, but this tool exists and will be delivered in the next months. It's not paperwork, but existing tool. Yeah.
Great. Just to look up, because there are not that much examples out there of application profiles. So there's some extensive work in geoinformatics or environmental sciences, and we are currently working on an application for profile for chemistry and catalysis together with the catalysis groups, and would be very interesting to share the.
If you are interested, I can send you direct contact for a team working on this. Okay.
Great. And do we have a question in Slido?
There are no questions.
We don't. So there is a time for one more question from the audience, if there is some. If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Petr Lényi with a presentation of AI. Petr leads the development of Perun AI at ICS Muni. He oversees NRP tasks that focus on managing data access and integrating NRP repositories with Infra CZ AI, ensuring seamless and secure access across the Czech research landscape. In his spare time, Petr likes to read.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. I appreciate I can speak to you here. And I'm privileged to be able to talk about one of the core services in greater detail, and that's authentication and access control. So several of the previous presenters have already talked about authentication and access control, and I have this one pretty much mandatory slide right at the beginning. There is an abbreviation that comes up quite a lot in our domain, and that's AAI, and I would like to explain what it stands for. is the authentication authorization infrastructure, which is quite a mouthful. You do not need to remember it. I do not expect anybody to remember it. In layman's terms, what you maybe would like to remember is that it is the login functionality, so I'm able to get into some system. And second part is the permissions. What am I able to see or do in that system once I'm in? Technically, this is just a bunch of computer programs that run somewhere in the background. They do have some user interface most of the time. What is worth pointing out is it's not just the technical components, but it's also the associated policies that come with that, all the rules that are embedded into those systems and function as a whole. The whole purpose of this is to be able to both access, share, but also protect your data, your services, your instruments. The easiest way to protect the data is to just delete it. Nobody can steal it then. But that does break a bunch of the FAIR principles. So we need to find some kind of middle ground. And that is where this system, this infrastructure solution comes in. A special trait of the system that we are working with is that it operates in a federated environment. We are not in a single institution where we have one boss who decides all the rules. We are a bunch of collaborating institutions, universities, and we need to agree on how to share the data, share the services. They come from multiple institutions. People come from multiple institutions, from multiple countries possibly, and we need to be able to make this all interoperable. The solution that we have and we will use in the National Repository Platform and in the future in the National Data Infrastructure is technology called Peron AI, which is, some of it is open source components that we take from the world, some of it is our own development. And we are running several instances. The one instance we will be using for NRP is branded eInfra CZ AI. So what does this mean for specific groups of people? For scientists, researchers, teachers, students, you probably will not be able to access many data sets just anonymously as they are publicly, freely available in public domain. Most of the time, you will be required to prove that you have the right to access them, and the first part of that is proving who you are, so authentication. Because of that federated environment, that could get very complex very quickly, so our goal is to make it as easy for you as possible. The first feature that we try to offer to you is single sign-on. You may know it, for example, from Google. You log in once, you can get to all the connected integrated applications with just a single login. So we do provide something similar with our AI system. The aim is that you should register to different systems as few times as possible. The rest should be automated. And then you should be able to just come to work on Monday, log in once in the ideal case, and then whichever system you try to open, access, this AI system just is able to say, yeah, we know that person, they have already logged in the morning, you can let them in. The second part, which was also mentioned already in a previous presentation, is what we call identity linking. So, for example, me, I'm an employee of Maastricht University. I'm also employee of CESNET. That entitles me to do and see different things. And I have used this AI system to connect these two identities together, as well as some social identities, my Google account, my Microsoft account. And then different systems know me under these different digital identities, but the AI system ties it all together. So all of these systems can be aware that I'm still the same person and I have just one set of rights. As for the data service instrument owners, this is, for example, the repository administrators, the data curators, the research teams that produce data and need to control them. it's all about access control. As was mentioned several times before, it's not just open data, it's fair data. So how do you make sure only people who should see it, work with it, are able to? The first part of that is you need to be able to allow just the right people to get to the data. So that's the identity vetting and assurance. This is features that we aim to work on in the upcoming months, years, to make sure that it's not only some digital identity hiding behind an email, you don't really know who that person is, but that you are really able to say who the concrete physical person is. You do have some kind of proof coming from the AI system, and even after some time, we are still able to assure you, yes, it's still the same person sitting behind the computer and accessing your data. It's not some kind of imposter. The second thing is to be able to control who uses your data and how. Maybe you decide they need to come from academia. They need to be from any university, but some university. They need to be a teacher, a researcher, maybe you allow even students. So we are able to collect this information for you. Because maybe somebody else already needed it, we have already collected it, and we can also give it to you so that you can decide who you let to access your data or your instruments. There may be even more examples. Maybe there are, this is something that I have just imagined. Maybe you have several laboratories across Czech Republic who offer powerful lasers for research, but you need a certificate to operate a laser instrument. So maybe you can collect this information by yourself. You have that person send you a paper certificate. You save it somewhere so that you can come back to it later if necessary. But maybe you can delegate this responsibility to the AI system, who is able to collect these certificates for you, and they just tell you, if you trust it, that yes, the person has the certificate, you can let them use the laser. As was also mentioned in one of the previous presentations, right now it is the responsibility of the repository systems to actually enforce the access and to build the rules for it. But what we would like to cooperate with all of you on is if you have some typical use cases for access control, maybe you can delegate some of those to the AI system and it can do it centrally. In that case, we would, for example, issue the user a token that they would bring with themselves to a compute environment, to a repository that would entitle them to some categories of data or some categories of workflows that they can do with the data. And that's pretty much it with my 10 minutes that I had available. So thank you, and questions?
All right, questions, please. Do we have a question in Slido? Great. I have a question. What is the difference between Perun AI and eInfra.cz AI?
Yes, so those are two names that do come up. People can encounter them. For some, they are near interchangeable, but one of them is the technology that we are using to build the solution. That's the Perun AI system. And the other one is one of the instances that we are running. This is for the Czech node, and that's the eInfra.cz AI.
And is the system already used somewhere else in Europe or worldwide?
Yes, we are running multiple instances. Our other flagship one is the Life Science AI, which is for the international life science research infrastructure and community. We also are currently running it, for example, on Maastricht University as an internal system.
Okay, thank you. So if there are no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for the next lecture called Training and Support, we have two speakers. First one is Pavlína Tassanyi, and the second one will be Dagmar Hanzlíková. Pavlína Tassanyi is the head of the EOSC CZ Training Center with the background in comparative literature. In her free time, Pavlína enjoys camping and making bonfires with her family. Are you going to present together or separately?
Separately.
Great.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here. As you already heard, my name is Pavlína Tassanyi. I'm head of EOSC CZ Training Center. And today I will just tell you briefly something about the training center, what we do, and what can you be looking forward to. So, EOSC CZ Training Center's mission is to educate and to organize trainings, and not just trainings, not just educational activities, but also events, such as this conference. So me and our team are separated among several institutions: Technical University in Ostrava, Masaryk University in Brno, and CESNET. Our mission is to provide trainings, is to provide support for scientific community in implementing fair data principles. We are trying to develop the skills that are necessary for effective research data management, and we are trying to ensure that the awareness of fair standards is effectively spread in Czech scientific environment. Our training activities typically cover topics that are related to the research data lifecycle, and we are trying to ensure that these trainings are provided to the scientific community, but also support staff such as data stewards, librarians, etc. So far, we have made 21 trainings for 1,796 participants from the different parts of Czech Republic. As you can see at the map, these are the locations that our participants came from. And every training we're trying to also evaluate, so we have some idea about the success of the training, and we are evaluating the training on a scale from 1 to 10, and 10 is the highest grade. And so far the trainings were evaluated very positively. The average rating was 8.47 points, so kudos for us. But it could be better anytime. Also, we are also trying to gather every training that we are organizing. Typically, if we are organizing webinars, we have a recording of the webinar. So they are all available on our YouTube channel. There's a QR code, so you can watch it anytime. And our database of trainings available online, as I already said, and we are so far having 3,100 views, which are in total 646 hours. What are the next steps of our training center? We would like to keep the balance between on-site and online trainings, because both of these versions of training has their own positive and negative factors. Online trainings typically can cover a broader audience, but physical training are more practical and they can be more interactive. We would like to expand our web resources. Currently there is some change in the website coming from, and we are looking forward to present you soon the new design of the web pages. And with the new resources, we would like to, the web page of the training center, cover and provide more training materials that can anybody use who would like to learn more about how to store their data, for example, how to make a research data plan, etc. We would like to engage more representatives from the scientific community. That's a pretty vague next step or goal, but what can we do? And we are continuously seeking improvements in our feedback and our training activities, so we can improve everything and we can get higher stakes and higher scores. But more importantly, the goal is to support the scientists, not to get better ratings, of course. What are we planning? We have an upcoming webinar very soon coming in the 12th of December. It is already prepared, so everyone interested can already register using the QR code. It's going to be a webinar on citizen science and the use of data collected by public participation. It's going to be focused on researchers and how they can use data collected by citizen science or citizens participating in citizen science. I believe it's going to be very interesting. So if you're interested, just you can register. There is going to be a workshop for members of the working groups. I believe you've already been encouraged to become a part of the working groups, so this is another encouragement from my part. If you're not already a member, this might be the motivation you've been waiting for, because this workshop is going to be very interesting. It's going to be held in Ostrava, in IT for Innovations, in the 10th of December, on site. And this workshop is focused on data management for artificial intelligence and machine learning from the perspective of computational environment and user requirements. Basically, there are going to be presented tools, for example, how to analyze biomedical images using AI, etc. And the participants are going to present their use cases, and they're going to discuss the usage of AI tools using their data. We are also trying to engage general public, so that's why I decided to organize a Citizen Science Day, which is going to be next year in April, and we would like to provide the public some options on how they can participate in the science in our research environment. I believe this is very important for general public to believe that the science is something that they can rely on, and that they can really believe in science in our quite disinformation times. But that's my personal opinion. The event will present diverse citizen science projects and how they can participate from their part. And the last big event that we are planning is training for data stewards. This will be in a form of summer school for data stewards. We would like to make it in June 2025 in Ostrava. And we already have some preliminary program ready. I believe that we would like to cover the whole process of working with the data that data stewards are actually involved with. So from the creation of the data management plan to, for example, analysis of the data and storing it, etc. And that will be all from my part. So the last is the questions, I believe, and I would like to ask you, or just to say that the next conference that we will probably going to have is going to be National Tripartite event, which will be in Brno in May in 2025. Thank you.
Pavlina, you have shown us that you are planning to prepare a summer school for data stewards. Do you plan to make summer schools for others? And how huge trainings or summer schools can you make?
Well, that depends. We would like to make a summer school also for researchers, for young researchers, PhD students, etc. But we have decided that the first summer school that we are going to organize should be focused on some coherent, smaller group of people that we can more effectively address their needs. But I believe that the next summer school are really in process and they are coming.
Okay. And is there any question from the audience? Or in the Slido? Great.
In YouTube, videos are only in Czech. Are workshops and webinars in Czech as well? And also, would be data steward training for free, or it will be paid?
So far, we have more trainings in Czech than in English. We have not really decided to make more English trainings because the community of our users is still growing. So that's why we are more keen to provide Czech trainings, but we are not really denying it in the future, so we might approach to this also. And the next question was about the payment, about the data steward training. Yeah, data steward training. Yeah, this should be for free. So I believe that we are going to pay it from the project. For free, I mean for free for the participants, not for free, like, you know, in general. Someone has to pay for it.
Thank you, it's great info. Thanks. And now let me welcome Dagmar Hanzlíková, who is the head of the Open Science Support Center at the Charles University in Prague, with a background in linguistics. Her main focus is on research data in the humanities, and she is Tolkien scholar in training. You need to explain us what does it mean later. Thank you.
I don't have a degree in Tolkien, but big fan. Anyway, I'm going to talk about training for trainers, or the key activity 7 of the National Repository Platform project, which is also focused on education and training. So I'm going to explain a bit about the relationship between the EOSC Training Center and what we do in our part of the project. So first of all, when you're implementing a new infrastructure, what you need for that? You need resources, you need people who build the infrastructure, so you heard all about that in the earlier sessions. You also need some clear policies and guidelines on who can use the infrastructure, how, under what conditions. But you also need trained researchers and trained support staff. Trained researchers who will also often need to organize their work differently in accordance with the FAIR principles. It may be a new problem for them, and they will often need help with that. Because if people don't know about the infrastructure, they don't know how to use it, then you're not going to attract them, and they won't be using the infrastructure. So in terms of trained researchers, you heard all about the EOSC Training Center, so that's mainly what they're trying to do. They organize trainings, events, as you've heard, and if you're interested in any topic that you would like to get covered in their trainings, get in touch with them, and they will be very happy to organize the events for you if there's large enough interest in the topic. But I'm not going to dwell on that too much because you've heard about it. So what the main focus of the key activity 7 of the National Repository Platform project is train support staff. Because if you train the support, then they can train the researchers at their institution. So we have the train the trainer approach. We're complementary with the EOSC Training Center. We're also working quite closely together. So while EOSC Training Center focuses on the broader community, wider public, as you've heard, they're trying to engage even the non-expert public, the wider like citizens who can participate in research as well. And they also cover a bit broader range of topics. Meanwhile, we are focusing a bit more on the services of the National Repository Platform. So again, you've heard about some of the services that the platform is going to offer, about the repository instances that are going to be. So we're going to prepare some guidance and some methodologies on how to work with these resources and with these infrastructures. And we're also training the trainers. So our target audience are data support staff at the institutions. So mostly data stewards. Now, what's a data steward? There is not a single definition of what a data steward is, and sometimes the term is used for different activities and different things that people do. And they have various roles at their institutions. Very often the discussion is whether the position of a data steward is an admin or a researcher. Well, the answer is both, but usually separate, and they need a bit of a different set of skills. You can think of it as a sort of a range when on the one hand you have the institution, which is a role that is more generic and advisory, that will be for example, the position that I have at Charles University. These are people who know a lot of things, or who know a little thing about a lot of stuff. So we cover quite a broad range of areas, broad range of fields, broad range of topics as well. But we usually don't have a very deep expertise in any one topic and any one subject. We try to make sure that there is support in place at the institution, that there is infrastructure available at the institutions, and while we do not build them ourselves, we try to monitor what's around on the national level, for example, or what's available at the institution, or trying to focus the institution on what they should do next in terms of research data management, for example. Then you can have people, again, depending on what kind of institution you're working at, you can have faculties or departments who can have their data stewards as well. And on the other side of the scale, you have the research team, or data stewards that work with the research team, and these people would usually have more field-specific knowledge. They would be part of the research team, so they would be closer to the researcher position rather than an admin role, and they can provide more hands-on support, so for example help you set up some workflows in your lab. They can help you create a data management plan because they're part of the team, so they know what you're doing with your data, they know what kind of data you have, what's happening with the data, so they can help you prepare the data management plan, whereas in the generic advisory role, we know what a data management plan is, we know how to create it, but we cannot write it for you because we're not part of the lab, we don't know what kind of data you have, so we can tell you this is where you should describe your data, but we cannot do it for you because we don't know what you have. So the closer you get to the research team, the more hands-on support you have and the more field-specific experience and knowledge the people will have. So what we try to do as a project for the community, there's the data stewards community on Discord. If you feel you're a data steward or if you're interested in the topic, please do join the community. There are currently about 250 members from across the institution and institutions in the Czech Republic. We have data stewards on the institutional level, data stewards who work with research teams, but also a lot of people who don't actually work as data stewards, but who are interested in research data management or who are trying to set data stewardship at their institutions. So feel free to join. It's a community, so we try to exchange best practices, discuss current events or current problems. Right now it's the data management plans in Czech Science Foundation grants, which will be required next year, and there's a lot of confusion around that. So as a community, we try to approach it together. We have we have regular meetings where we usually try to invite some speakers as well to give some talks on various topics. We had a talk on laboratory notebooks. We had talks on versioning and Git and a lot of other things. As the community, or together with the community and for the community, we prepare training materials. One of them is a FAIR handbook for data stewards. I think Petra briefly mentioned it already today, which is supposed to be a comprehensive document describing FAIR principles. It will be a handbook for data stewards. It's supposed to be a living document, so continuously updated together with the community. We are also preparing a handbook for beginner data stewards, which is based on an internal document of Charles University for data stewards that we prepared as kind of onboarding for data stewards at Charles University. Now we're trying to turn it into a more general document so that it wouldn't be Charles University specific, but it would be available for a broader community, available for reuse. This handbook is currently with several people from the community for the first round of comments, first round of review. So we'll see what the reviewers tell us about the document. And we also organize consultations, either group or individual. Just very recently, we had a meeting with new data stewards. So there were people who took up the position of a data steward recently at their institutions, and they weren't sure what to do, what their duties are, where they should start, how they should start. So we just had half a day session meeting where we just shared experiences of what we did when we started, what worked, what didn't work. They shared, again, their experiences, what they did, and we discussed what they could do to make their work more pleasant at their institutions where they work. There are lots of events for the data stewards community. There are some in-person meetings, which we organize twice a year, together with the EOSC Training Center, who often provides some trainings and support for us as well. The last meeting was in September, so we're planning to have another probably in spring next year. We had about 55 participants who attended in person and another 20 joined online. And a lot of people said that they wanted to join in person as well. So we'll see if we'll manage to increase the capacity for the next meeting. And Pavlína already mentioned the summer school that we're preparing together for the data steward community. Beyond the data stewards, what we do for the community beyond supporting the data stewards, we prepare, or are going to prepare, training materials on the National Repository Platform services. These are obviously going to follow the services as they come to play, so which is why we're mainly focusing on the community at the moment, so training the trainers. We will work closely with other key activities, and we're hoping to get feedback from the data steward community on the materials that we create, to make sure that they're understandable and useful for the community. And they should also be available for reuse to include institutional context. So for example, there's going to be the Clarion DSpace tool for creating repositories. So we will try to prepare some methodology or guidelines on how to use that. But these materials should be transferable to different institutional contexts. So if Charles University uses that, they can brand them themselves or adapt them to their local context. And if another institution decides to use the DSpace software for their repository, they should be able to reuse the materials as well with not too much effort. And we're also going to do consultations on how to implement the repository platform services, covering all repository systems which are in the National Repository Platform. And we should try to translate the technical concepts into clear and comprehensible language, not only for researchers, but also for the support, for the data support at the institutions, who are often new to this as well. So this is all from me. Thank you. And now it's time for questions and a coffee break. Yeah.
Thank you, Dasha, for a great talk full of information. I have one quick question. We have already touched the issue earlier today of the financing. So tell me, from your experience, how can the position of data steward be financed? Again, that's if you remember the scale, so it will depend on what kind of data steward it's going to be. If you're talking about the institutional data steward or on the faculty level or on the level of institution, that should usually be covered from the budgets of the institutions. Right now, there is a project OPEAC Výzkumné prostředí, so if you're planning to write a proposal for that project, you can actually budget for data stewards or for people who will support open science and research data management at your institutions. So that's one source of
finance for that. And if they are the data stewards at the level of a research team, again, very often you will be able, because projects funders often require that you manage your data properly, that you create data management plans. So costs for research data management are eligible costs, so you can actually cost it into your projects. Yeah, it's an eligible cost in a project.
Thank you. And are there any more questions from the audience or in Slido? Okay, great. So thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the last part of today's National EOSC conference will have 2 parts, 2 sections. The first one is the lecture called Preparation of Open Science 2 Project by Professor Ladislav Krištoufek. And then we will have a lively panel discussion moderated by our colleague Olga Bohuslavová. So now let me welcome Professor Krištoufek, who is a full professor at the Institute of Economic Studies, Faculty of Social Sciences at Charles University in Prague. He's also a vice rector for research at Charles University, and he's specialized in topics such as cryptocurrencies, financial markets, and energy economics. Recently, he was honored with the Medal of Merit in Science by the President of the Czech Republic, recognizing his significant contributions to the field of economics. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the intro. That was nice. So I'm also the head and coordinator of the Open Science 2, which seems that it has nothing to do with what I'm doing, which is only partially true, of course, because I do a lot of things, and this is part of my vice rector for research at Charles University hat maybe rather. So what I'm going to talk about what's the current state of the Open Science 2 project preparation. So it's not something that's been finished. It's something that's happening right now, quite vividly and lively. So, and many of you are part of that, so you know that it's moving pretty fast. Also thanks to the organizers for having me here, and also me running late, which in the end turned out that I was actually early, so that's good. So let's get to it. So the presentation is split into 5 parts. First, very short, the basic parameters of the call, then the plan, the activities, the timeline, and the partnership structure. So let's get to it. So the basic parameters, what we're talking about. First, this is OPEAC project, or if you want the Johannes Amos Comenius project. We are supposed to, and we will, submit a project by the end of June 25. So we are really running on the clock. The maximum allocation for the project is 900 million Czech crowns, so something like 35 million euros or something. And direct costs are 640 million tops. An important part of that, and I will get to that bit later, are the so-called mini projects, or in Czech mini záměry, which has like funny English translation. So we are going with mini projects. That's probably better. Which will form up to 20% of the project budget. And these are a really important part of the whole thing, because if you're trying to structure and organize this across the whole field, in Czechia it's quite complicated. You need to have some kind of a limited number of partners there. You cannot really run a project with 30 partners and having it in hands and really managing it. So we are going this way with not limited, but lower number of actual partners, and then having these mini projects that more institutions can take part in, even though it goes in 2 rounds. But again, I will talk about it a bit later. The implementation is till the end of 2028, and there is a co-finance of 10%. And important, there is 5 years sustainability there. So that's always a thing. Specifically in the current situation when there are many things that will be competing for financing at during 28, 29, after the operation programs finish or structural funds finish, or very likely finish. So there will be a lot of similar projects that will be fighting for the same limited amount of money. That's actually going to be quite interesting, and I see it also from my other position as the member of the Council for R&D and I, where I can see how many things are supposed to be priorities, how many things need to be financed, because there are like loads of sunken costs in the system, and there will be large amount of projects competing for a relatively limited amount of money in 28 and forward. So that's going to be quite interesting. But relatively ahead, hopefully we'll be able to come up with something reasonable. Not we as Open Science 2, but we as Czechia and mostly Ministry of Education. So hopefully they have a plan. So let's do it a little bit faster, since we're moving towards the panel. So the structure of the project is a consortium. That's an important part. We as Charles University are the coordinator of the project, and the person as a coordinator is me. And the basic idea there is to support the potential of the institutions and structures that have gradually crystallized in the EOSC working groups. So it's a follow-up project in a way, which of course you all know. What we wanted was to respect the structure and previous activities of the EOSC thematic or sectoral working groups in the preparation of the project, and establish a sustainable model with 10 to 12 partners. I talked about it before. So that's what we have converged to, and the final structure is 11, so in between 10 and 12, and odd numbers are always nicer, or I don't know, I like them more. That's not the reason why we have 11. It's always nice when you finish with the numbers that you like more, and I like odd numbers more. What's important there that we were really trying to build this on the institutional level rather than the teams level, or trying to put these somehow together, because there were some discrepancies or how to put this together so that the institutions actually know what's happening. So we've been struggling with that a bit, but I think that's something that we were able to put together. So we are building mostly on the sectoral working groups. And these are historical ones, let's say, were functioning since 21. There are various members, more than 400 experts there, so we try to put that together. And also, we work in cooperation with the 4 cross-cutting working groups of the EOSC initiative. Now, of course, there are several hierarchies that we are working with at the level of the secretaries, at the level of leaders of individual groups. So the whole process in that also was a little bit challenging, but I think in the end it worked out pretty well. So these sectoral groups you are all familiar with, and that's the structure we are keeping for the Open Science 2. Biohealth, food, material sciences and engineering, data management for AI and ML, social sciences, physical sciences, humanities and arts, environmental sciences and sensitive data. So we are building on this structure, and then in the middle we have the cross-cutting, cross-sectoral, transversal, whatever you want to call it, role of Charles University as the coordinator. So now we are at the end of the first phase of the project preparation. So we've had interviews with working group EOSC leaders on the ideas of the outputs, connecting the potential candidates for involvement in the project, identification of outputs, which is important, of course, and connected to that, identification of alignment of planned outputs with the outputs of the other projects that are running or that are starting to run. So EOSC CZ, NRP and CAR projects, and identification of the cross-cutting activities there, and of course not having double, triple, or whatever more multiple financing there, and being able to do this properly. The structure of partner institutions was based mostly on the working groups nominations, and we completed this mid-November, so just a few weeks ago, or well, a few weeks is probably, a few is more than 2, just not yet, so 1.5 weeks ago. We had a meeting of the project's partners just last week or week before at Karolinum. So there was this like opening meeting when we talked with the partners and started officially in a way working on the project. This has been or is being followed by gradual handover of project preparation from the working group leaders to the partner institutions. As I said, this is something that wasn't quite standard. So now we are going more through the institutions there. But of course, the role of the working groups in the project is or remains significant. That's obvious. Now, we also have the platform for institutions, which is a platform where we have public universities, and this is going through the Czech Rectors Conference. We have Czech Academy of Sciences, and we have Association of Research Organizations. So we all work together in that and discuss stuff. But of course, most of that is running on the level of the partners. But still, this is being discussed in a broader field. The total of representatives is more than 30 institutions, which is of course a lot. Not everyone wants to take part in that. And when we talk, of course, Czech Academy of Sciences has the institutes, right? So the numbers are always a little bit depends how you want to structure that. And we will keep this I don't want to say parallel, but this venue of communications as well. Now, what are the project's activities? So we have key activities. These are based on the sectoral clusters. So the ones I read before. I'm not going to read them again, of course. And these are guaranteed by individual partners. Okay, so these are 8, and these fulfill activity outputs according to the division of activities 2 to 6, and we will have that in the following slides. And then we have the cross-cutting or transversal key activity, and that's guaranteed by Charles University in collaboration with CESNET. And there we address cyber and of course the standard support in a way. What we all know, as I said, we have like parallel or, well, preceding follow-up. It's all this complex structure that we are dealing with. So we need to be able to follow up on what has already been done, plan with what is supposed to be done, and how to somehow put it together so that it all works. So the outputs are put together with respect to NRP and NDI. And of course, we will have some standard overarching activities like annual conference, etc. So nothing too special. Now the project activities between activities 2 to 6. So activity 2 are the repositories. There the outputs are quite straightforward. So upgraded and new repositories. Then we have activity 3, which is verification of data in repositories. So again, nothing too surprising. Of course, most of these activities are not surprising for most of you because they are quite straightforward with respect to what has already been done and what was being worked on and how it was planned some time ahead anyway. Activity 4 is development and pilot implementation of tools and services for NDI development. Activity 5, communication, outreach, and education activities. Of course, that's why else would we do it if no one uses it and no one knows what to do with that? And that's probably, I don't want to say this is the most challenging thing, but that's similar to most stuff we do. It's nice to do things. It's nice to do things, prepare things, but then someone needs to use them, which can be more complicated. So this might be a bit of a challenge, and we will probably talk about it during the panel after this presentation, how to actually make it work so that someone actually uses that. And it's not just some kind of a niche that we all play with, but then people don't use it. And activity number 6 are the mini projects. And as I said, these are quite important part. Hopefully you can see it. I cannot really see it, but let's see what I can do there. So these mini projects are, in a way, I don't want to say it's a way how to bypass the fact that you don't want to have 30 partners, but in a way it is. Like, for the practical reason is there, relatively obviously. But still, there is this idea that there needs to be some kind of competition for ideas and for specific projects. So this will run in two rounds. In the first round, the pilot round, that's supposed to be, or not supposed to be, that will be the part of the project itself, like before it will be submitted. We'll be piloting the way how to pick up projects, how to work with them on the level of partners of the program or of the project. So this is limited to the partners that we already have there, which of course limits it a bit. For the next round, where everyone will be able to compete there, but that's the way how it's set up in the call, and so we just follow this. But it of course makes sense. So the maximum duration of these mini projects is 18 months. Maximum funding for a single project is 4.5 million Czech crowns, and there is a co-finance of 10%, so the same level as the project level itself. The sustainability is at the institution where the output remains, so that's quite obvious. Important from the support or administrative level is that funding will be provided using simplified reporting methods. So that should be easy, okay, not necessarily easy, but easier than if it weren't done this way. The way how this is going to be done, that's something we are working on now, because this should run in the first quarter. We will have the timeline, first quarter of 25. So this is something that's been worked on quite hard now, and the piloting part will be put together in these coming months, but really a month or two practically. So now how this all works together when we put it in a timeline, or what can you look forward to? So November, that's now, is the communication with guarantors of the key activities. So that's what's happening now, and working groups of EOSC. So that's what's happened already. Then also sending and collecting data to project partners, description and budget. So this is happening. Hasn't happened yet, but this is being worked on. January 25 is the deadline for delivery of data from partners, where the description of the project and budget should be. So from November to January. In January as well, we will further develop and discuss the project details. Well, intentions, it's not a proper translation probably, but we all know what it means. And in this first 4 months of 2025, there will be this pilot round of many projects and their evaluation. And once they're evaluated, they will run. And then the way this has been done will be part of the evaluation during the process of the Ministry of Education, leading to the actual project, or hopefully, of course, but probably. So this runs till May 25, when we will submit the project, and it should and hopefully will start in October 25. So this is where we are aiming. So it's almost a year from now, which looks like a long time, but you all know as project managers that this is not as long as it might seem on the calendar. Now, what's the structure? And we are getting close to the end. So as I said, the structure is keeping the original structure of the key activities. And what's different here from the few slides back is that you have the actual partners there. So for bio, etc., we have IOCB. For material sciences and engineering, we have Herovsky Institute. For data management, for AI and ML, we have we have Technical University Ostrava. For social sciences, we have Institute of Sociology of the Czech Academy of Sciences. For physical sciences, we have Institute of Physics. For humanities and arts, we have the Institute of Czech Literature. For environmental sciences, we have Masaryk University, and for sensitive data, we have CESNET. And in the middle, you can see Charles University as this transversal coordinating partner. So that's the structure, and as I said, the different part is that we actually have the names of the partners there. But it's not just these partners or these guarantors of these thematic key activities. We will on the other slide there will be a different group, let's say, or type of partners. But here the responsibility of these kinds of partners that we had on the previous slide, so the ones that will be guaranteeing the key activities and be coordinating the preparation and implementation of the key activity, which makes sense, and preparing the documentation. Then, of course, the implementation and sub-outputs, indicators, activities of the projects, so something we would expect. Coordinating the activities in the sustainability is going to be very essential eventually. And of course, communicating with Charles University team. That's always important, obviously. Now we also have partners who are not guarantors of the key activities. And these are Brno University of Technology, Palacký University Olomouc, and University of West Bohemia. Their status is a little bit different, so they will cooperate with the thematic key activities or cross-cutting key activities, so the Charles University / CESNET, or in parentheses CESNET, and the preparation of the given key activity, because they are part of the working groups there, or these three are part of many working groups, so that's why they're partners, even though they are not leading one of these thematic activities as such, so they will cooperate there. So pretty much everything the standard partner would do, only I don't want to say they will not have the responsibility for delivering eventually for this given key activity, but they're mostly work with the partners that do have the key activity. And that's it from me. So if you have, if you are part of that, you are in contact with us already, right? But if there is more things you would need to talk about, or some questions even for partners or anyone that's part of the project, then you can use this email there, and the team is listed there as well. So these 4 people are the ones you are in touch with, and you will probably more hear from not all of them probably, but from time to time from someone else than me, certainly. So that's it for the current state of the preparation. So you can see that I don't want to say we are at the beginning. We're not at the beginning, but having the structure is one thing, and now we need to do it. So that's where we are, and fingers crossed, hopefully for us. And I really strongly believe that we'll be able to deliver on time and get the project. So hopefully we'll get there. So thank you.
Let me just tell that I'm very pleased that the yet existing EOSC ecosystem could, after Masaryk University and CESNET, also merge their power with Charles University and provide the existing know-how gathered in all of the EOSC working groups to this early phase of preparation of Open Science 2 project. And I would like to have one quick question. How would you personally define a success of the whole Czech EOSC initiative?
Well, as I said at the beginning, that people, or by people I mean researchers, actually take it as a good thing and not as something that they must do, but something they want to do, and that will actually help them. So that's the idea. Maybe idealistic, but we need to aim high. So that's what I think would be a success, if people actually take it as the part of what they want to do, that it benefits them in their research, rather than just another tick that they need to do to get the project, that they really have the data management plan or whatever. So that's my dream, maybe.
Okay, thank you. And now, are there any questions in the audience? Or do we have a question in Slido? We don't, so we can right now proceed to the discussion, to the panel discussion. So let me welcome Olga Bohuslavová, who will be a moderator of the panel discussion. And the floor is yours.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's program, and I'm really happy to ask our panelists kindly asked to come to the stage. So please, Luděk Matyska, Matej, Antol, Petra Černohlávková, Oliver Koepler, and we already have Ladislav Krištoufek here, so thank you very much. Okay, and yeah, I was thinking how to start, and as there are colleagues who likes challenges, I would raise one question directed to Luděk Matyska. There was a nice quote stated in Berlin at EOSC Symposium. We visited a few weeks ago, and the quote was that the EOSC should become researchers' best friend. So I would like you to comment on that. How are we going to achieve this? What do we need to do it? If we are going to achieve it by fully operated EOSC Federation, what would be your thought on that?
Is it? Yeah, it is working. Okay, thank you. I must admit that I am not too much fan of this saying. It was not my saying, if I don't remember.
No, you didn't say that. It was someone else.
Because for me, it's what I would like to see in the future is that EOSC disappears, and what we are trying to achieve will become a day-to-day part of the day-to-day practice of all the researchers. So they do not become something which you have to think about, but it will become something. My saying here is the physicians years ago, I mean, more than 100 years, 200 years ago, they didn't know that they have to wash their hands. Now, every time when they go to do any practical dealing, they wash their hand, and they are not thinking about this as a friend. They are simply taking it that this is a necessary part of their own practice of the way how they are dealing. And from my perspective, what we would like to have with EOSC is to become exactly the same part of the classical workflow of a researcher, that they are understanding that they have data, that they understand how they have to deal with the data, and this will become a kind of a natural part of their research activity. So that's my position. Not best friend, but invisible friend.
Okay, I see. So someone else would like to comment on that?
Yeah, well, it doesn't need to be friend. I agree with what was said, but actually to become invisible and being natural part of that, I think it's really important to provide services on the level that the user can feel the benefits, so can appreciate what's going on, and it's not more frustrated than already is. So I think that's the important part and really main challenge for all of us to bring such services.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
It is rather a controversial thing, isn't it? Because I totally agree. It's like we are building, part of what we are building is the infrastructure. And I wouldn't say that highway is my best friend or the information system is my best friend. I don't care anymore. It just has to work. And I think this is the case. And the other thing is that we are now building this thing, and we have to make quite a lot of work on making people actually care about these topics. So we are making these PR things, so people realize all the things about the data and EOSC, and then we will say, all right, the success means that you will forget all about it. It will just naturally become it will become part of how you do science. So totally agreed, yeah.
Nothing else to agree with. Maybe one comment. So it will be of utmost importance to bring the tools needed to get the data into the infrastructure to the researchers. So, and I think that's the main part of the success story of NFDI is to incorporate and do it together with researchers.
And I would also like to add a critical comment on, because what we often hear from the researchers that this is all an extra effort. So research data management is something on top. So we cannot research that much anymore. We have to deal with all this data. And at this point, I always struggle, because when you look at the recommendations of good scientific practice, it should be already part of the research since decades, right? And I don't see that point that researchers now argue it's an extra effort. Of course, we should provide tools to make it as easy as possible, but nevertheless, it has always been part of good scientific practice to deal with data, to document what you do and how you argue and you write your papers.
Okay. Yeah, I think pretty much everything has been said, but maybe I will try to add a bit of a twist there. Of course, like within Czech environment, of course we always say the Czech environment is specific and etc. in everything, right? But the attitude of researchers towards open science as being something suspicious is certainly there. And in the discussions, it's still here after several years of trying to explain what's what. I don't want to say I'm not positive in that we'll be able to break that, but it's certainly a challenge, and it's still there. And the second one, you know, as scientists always say, let us do research, right? Let us just write the papers and be in the labs, and don't bother us with everything. So what I'm a bit worried about, in a way, not necessarily connected to this, but it's a more general thing, is that we are now talking about years 28 and ahead, which is 3-4 years from now, and I'm quite not necessarily pessimistic, but I'm quite wondering what's AI going to do to the whole process of all these things. So how we do science, how we do research. And that's probably the issue we'll be mostly dealing with in 2 years, like what it's going to do to the evaluation, or to the to everything that's around. And then of course we have these topics that are on the relatively lower level, but with respect to researchers, it will be quite challenging to keep telling them, okay, it's important to have your data open, to have them properly curated, and to have them accessible and fair and whatever, if on the other hand they will be dealing with the fact that no one trusts them whether they actually wrote the paper or not, or whether the person who is reviewing the paper is actually a person or something else. So that like quite funny times ahead, I think. So it will be interesting to see how this all connects together with EOSC and everything around, but it'll be interesting.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's definitely the cultural change, and it means that, yeah, the day-to-day practice in data curation should become the normal thing, and we maybe not call it EOSC in the end, and that should be the result. And do we have a question in the Slido? No, we don't have. Okay. So I have to repeat that we would like to have the questions in the Slido, so don't be afraid and put some questions. And I forgot to introduce myself, so just my name is Olga Bohuslavová. I'm working at the Institute of Computer Science at Masaryk University, and so I'm working for the EOSC, so I'm not here by mistake. And so we can go further, and maybe this is how we judge the EOSC now. So maybe we can really advise the young researcher and maybe also the advanced researcher, what are the critical steps they have to take towards the better curation of the data. So maybe Petra, can I ask you or someone else? It doesn't matter. And then I would like to ask about the advanced researcher, because we also have someone who is already taken good curation of the data and want to reach another level. So we can start with
okay, so it's an easy trick, actually, working better for the starting researcher, but working as well for senior researcher. And that's register for your ORCID ID and set up the profile. That's something that takes 10 minutes to do and can save you several hours a year with if there are proper integrations in the research ecosystem with the systems, so for the application for grants, also sending information about the publications, research data, and these things. The ORCID profile is something that connects these part of research environment and infrastructure and these things. And if you put the automatic entries by different databases like is Crossref, DataCite, Web of Science, Scopus, and these databases, so the profile is fulfilling itself and it works for you and you don't need to do much about it. So I think this is the great thing to start with.
Regarding the younger researchers, and I must be biased, but I have PhD students, and the thing is, they get it. I mean, when you are starting research, you have these ideals about research, and they are just not met by the reality. But I think younger researchers actually tend to care about these things, and just the practice that we now have in place just doesn't comply with that. You know, like the reality isn't matching their ideas about how research should be conducted. And regarding the older generation, I can't speak behalf of that, but I think we should accept the fact that some of the older researchers just won't change. So you have to make baby steps, you have to make some good examples, you know, you have to make it visible, you have to make all these services easy to use, that all is true, but some of the researchers won't change, I think. And that's okay, I mean, that's part of the game.
Okay, and do we have questions? Do we have questions from the audience? Okay, we have.
Thank you. So in my head, EOSC has the possibility of just making the big players bigger. More effective use of data, access to high-performance computing, to all the infrastructure. On the other hand, there's also possibility by making the data more fair and accessible, maybe even the smaller players can kind of catch up and the playing field can be leveled. So what is your opinion? Which way will the ecosystem lean towards?
If I understood the question correctly, which may not be the case, I mean, I would say that the real thing is that what we are trying to do is in fact not to empower more the already large players, but in fact exactly to empower those who are currently struggling. Because they are struggling that they don't have access, like in the past with the open access. The idea behind was that there are people who are struggling to get funding to buy the articles. So instead of them, the scientific community started to make these things completely open and available, and the paying moved to those who are willing to have things published. We know of some negative implications of this, but regardless, with the fair data, with all these things, we are going, hopefully learning from the mistakes, but otherwise really trying to allow people to get access to better prepared and more extensive data sets on which they can try their own hypothesis without actually repeating the process of getting the primary data in cases where it makes sense. I always cite in this context that I think it's already 10 years ago, the astrophysicists and those who are doing the research through the large telescopes, they published a paper where they claimed that after dozens of years of collecting the data from the large telescopes and making them available, they are having more than 50% of the highest impact publications done not as a result of looking through the telescope, but through digging the collected data, and that they are able to find phenomena which were not available through just, say, looking for a week on a particular place, because now they have the same place for 20 years. It is impossible to do classical way, but this way, like collecting the data, allowed them to open a completely new areas of research and finding a complete new phenomenon. And this is for me one of the motivation, because I believe that exactly similar things can happen in all disciplines. If we have the data, and I don't care whether they are completely open or whether you have to pass through some reasonably simple process to get access to, but the point is that the data are collected, they are available, and then if you have a bright idea, you don't need a huge amount of money to generate the data. It may be sufficient to fulfill some requirements, like be registered with ORCID and provided you are a bona fide researcher, you get access to the data and you can check your hypothesis. And through this, I hope we will get much more new findings than we have the other way around without these data pools behind us.
I would like to emphasize that with the fact that the services that we are bringing in are open to everybody. And if we would have large universities, they usually have the capacity to build their own repositories, but the small institutions don't and don't have their own infrastructure. So for them, it's really important that there are catch-all repositories, that there is shared infrastructure they can use, and other tools that are open within the open science and these initiatives like EOSC is.
I mean, you could argue that the way that the implementation is set up now, you have these 15 or 17 biggest institutions that are taking all the money. And they are. They are taking the money for building the infrastructure that will be used by the others, both as the data providers and data users. Now, the similar initiative is taking place in the United States, and they frame it as data democratization, which I understand as a social movement, you know, like who should benefit from the availability of data is everybody, not the big players. However, I think the question is relevant because it will be harvested and used mostly by machines, maybe powered by GPUs. GPUs and supercomputers tend to be clustered, and they are expensive, so you will yet again have to have some mediator of using this power or maybe mining this value. But it's an economic question, really. And if I understand it correctly from history, you know, you had these revolutions, like we had railroads in the United States, then we had the telecommunication boom, then we had, I don't know what was next, then we had the dot-com bubble, you know, so the burst of internet, and now we are in the middle of AI hype of some sort. And every single time these new companies are not the ones that were successful in the previous wave. There are new companies that are taking their place. And I think same cycles apply to science. So I would assume and expect that by opening the data, there will be new opportunities for new researchers and new groups that will actually be able to harvest them better than the previous ones. But that's just my guess. I don't know.
Okay, so maybe commenting back to the big players and the individual researchers. And you have to consider that you are the researchers producing the data. You decide where to publish it and which license to use when it comes to data reuse. And you can choose from the repositories which one to pick, and you should use a commercial publisher platform for your data, for example, to enable reuse in the future. And then at some point, chicken and egg problem, you will have within your community enough data available to do research on that data, right? Might not be the first generation now, but maybe the upcoming generation of researchers which then have access to this critical mass of data, which is hopefully open in an open science environment. So it's not that it's such a negative thing, thinking about the big players now building up the infrastructure. It's how you use it and which one you pick.
Again, pretty much everything. I will try something else. So I think I will get back to the economic part because it is an economic thing, pretty much. But what I think is quite important there is, again, connected not necessarily to Czechia, but it's the way how we think about impact of research, right? In Czechia, we're mostly used to the fact that we are aiming for a journal article, and that's where it ends. Like, let's get to a good journal. That's the aim. We don't care if anyone actually reads it. We don't care whether anyone actually cites it. We don't care whether it's actually used, because that's harder to evaluate, to distribute money according to that. So we are masters of producing these high impact, high ICE, high whatever, D1s, or all these things. We are amazing in that. Then when we look at how it's actually cited, how people care, it's much weaker. And it's not reflected in most of the evaluations and stuff. So this is being changed a bit, but it's the I don't want to say the senior guys kind of a problem, because they are used to that fact. They don't want to change the system, right? Because there are not many of them, not all of them, of course, not being cited. So why would I change the structure of evaluation if then I will not be the great guy, right? Because I'm not being cited, and it was different in my days, blah blah blah, right? So that's a little bit complicated, but it's connected to this, right? Like if the product of my research is data, and it's being used by someone else, that's a good thing, right? That's impact that I'm making. It's not necessarily a high impact journal or high impact article, but it's what it's supposed to, or that's the kind of thing that makes the impact, and it's still important. Of course, the question is it going to be part of some kind of evaluation, or how we're being treated as researchers? That's the question for next few years. And of course, for me as the member of this RDI council, that's one of the things that are important, like how to deal with this other research than is the blue sky, and then is the fundamental research, how to evaluate it, how to look at it. And it's a challenge, and it's not a challenge just for us, like it's challenge abroad as well. Of course, they will tell you they know how to do it, they don't, right? They're struggling in many things very similarly. And the economic part, apart from, there are some companies from .com bubble that are still functioning, like Google. Google is the .com bubble company, for example. So there are some. There are some. But anyway, the part, of course, it's been said. It's about economies of scale. So most of the economic stuff is multiplicative. So the bigger get bigger, rich get richer, and you want to make use of that in a way. So if you are putting money to large institutions, that's one thing, because they can do it. They are large enough to build the infrastructure, to have the people, and to actually run it, and just the small ones don't. So then you need to make sure somehow, or hope, that the smaller ones also benefit, and that's the spillovers or the externalities that should be there, right? And it's about these infrastructures really being open. And that, again, is quite challenging, right? We have large research infrastructures that are supposed to be open for everyone. It's mixed, let's say, or we can have mixed feelings about that. It's a challenge, and it's similar here. So one thing is building it maybe with good intentions, but I think that this can be done, and we must try our best. But I think it cannot be done differently. Like, you can only build it with these economies of scale in mind, because otherwise it will not work. Like, decentralization is fun and everything, but it has its limits. And it's money. Money is the limit usually. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I can see, gentlemen, that maybe next time we will set up some special panel discussion for you about the economic and other other topics. And do we have question in Slido? I think we have some signs of it, so thank you.
Yeah, so we have a question regarding young researchers. So the question is, what do you think about starting earlier with teaching proper data management to the researchers, for example, already on the bachelor or master's level?
So who would like to comment on that?
I have a microphone, so I will start. Well, maybe now I will put together the fact, being Vice Rector for Research, but before being Vice Dean for Student Affairs, I do a lot of things, is that, in Czech ecosystem, I cannot really imagine that without some structural changes, because the way how the study programs are built mostly are taught, or in England they would say taught bachelor, right? Not research bachelor. It's not for like all faculties or all fields. It's not true, but you don't usually go to bachelors with the intention of being a researcher. Maybe 10% of people, I would say. Again, field specific. So I think that at the master's level, that would make sense, having it. At the bachelor's, I think there would be too dreamy. and probably will be waste of time for many of the students. Having it as optional course, maybe, but really, like, is a discussion about how we structure our university studies. I have very different feel about how it should be structured in Czechia, but you know, so having bachelors as this like for everyone, and then masters really being the research ones, as it's mostly abroad in the abroad that we aspire to. And if this is the case, then of course we can talk about if you go to masters, you have these aspirations to do research, because why else would you go there? So then it makes sense that you know about it. If you don't, at bachelor's level, you are dealing with some relatively specific topic. I don't want to say which fields. It can be very field specific. I think it might be limited or maybe too ambitious.
Another yes, but including the bachelors, because what we hear from our industry advisory boards is that the industry is highly interested in people with skills and data management and data science in general. So I would include even the bachelors, and we have done first tests, introduction of electronic lab notebooks and practical courses for engineering, for chemists included into the lectures. So it's so far a big success, but it needs some changes in the curriculum as well.
I don't think it's a question of if, but when. Not meaning that we should have this revolution, but I think digital competencies will become inherent part of competencies of the next generations. So it's just this broad concept of how do you interact with digital objects, whether you can do some basic data analysis. I think it will be a basic competence of the next generations. Relatively independent on what's going to happen in research and in research data management. I mean, it's a general fact. How quick it will happen, I have no idea. And maybe you have some practical experience with that. So from what I've heard, not that soon, maybe on the bachelor level. That's quite possible, yeah. But it makes sense to me what you've said, that you have this demand in the industry for people to have these basic skills. So I assume that we'll get that sooner or later.
I would take the liberty to slightly disagree with what has been said, because I would say that from my perspective, teaching data management planning is something which may not be probably necessary in the future, at least I hope. But what I would like to see since at least the bachelor even earlier is to teach the value of the data. Because I think that if we will teach all the students the value of the data, then all the other things, including those we are discussing, will simply go naturally. And that's a difference. And if we teach them data management planning or something, it will be probably a waste of the time, because the tools and the things will change. But understanding that the data are something, eventually that the sharing, that the collaboration and these things make sense because they improve their own position in the science and they improve the scientific outputs as well, is something which we can, because it's not only the science, it's like you said, the industry uses exactly the same thing. For them the data are even more valuable than what we really do within the research. So teaching them these things, teaching them this understanding, this concept, and then building on top of this some practical experience, which may be different from bachelors and maybe different from PhD students, makes a lot of sense. So that was this small disagreement, but the output is the same.
Okay, teaching the value of the data. I think this is something what we should remember, definitely from this day. And do we have another question from the Slido or from the audience? No, but home. As we are coming slowly to the, or not slowly, maybe it's quite fast, to the end, I would like to ask our panelists for the final word in terms of, really say the typical question, what you think should be the take-home message for the researcher from today's presentations about the national data infrastructure and about all the things connected, related. I think we also have to prepare some outputs from that, so good that we have the stream.
I will pass this because it's planned that I will have the last word for the whole conference. So I will give to the panelists, not to repeat myself.
Okay, I'm not sure if I should start because what I want to say is go to your library and ask what they can do for you, what they offer, and share your needs, because that's something that can really help you and help us also to provide better services. But then also there is a lot of librarians sitting here and people working in library. So it applies for you to share your needs and advocate for yourself and what you need to provide better services and better work.
Well, I would say that the expectations and the fuss are high because we got a lot of funding and some other things as well. But we have to remind ourselves that this is not a revolution, but an evolution, I suppose. So yeah, there is a lot of hard work that we will have to do. It's sort of a change management or something like that. But we have realized on a number of occasions that we are trying to teach people something they already know, like there is value in the data. Every other young child now knows there is value in the data because they want to be an influencer. So they know there is this digital content that can get you money, they get it. So we have to maybe be more humble about it and do smaller but more precise, more well-thought steps, and it will just click, hopefully. So it's not a revolution, it's an evolution, I think.
Okay, first of all, I'm very thankful that I had the chance to be here today. I learned a lot and I made a lot of new contacts, expanding network. I think from what I've seen today, there's a huge potential for standardizing, normalizing, especially with the research data repository platform from the very beginning. So it's not a heterogeneous collection you're starting with, so that it's a huge potential for the future work. And I would also invite you to take your end users with you. So whatever you do, whatever you plan when it comes to standardization, to metadata, to tools, include the users, do a user requirement analysis to make sure from the very beginning that the infrastructure will be used in the future.
I'll base this on the panel, probably, I will try. So I think take-home message for me, or what I think is important there, is that we often focus on the end product and how great everything will function without realizing that there are these tiny baby steps at the beginning that are often missing. And that's connected partially to what Professor Matyska said about that it's a lot about understanding data and value of data, and then it will grow, everything will grow out of it mostly. And also connected to what was said about ORCID, right? Like we can talk about having all these, clusters and how we store data and have these repositories and stuff. But then we go back to our universities and realize that half of the researchers don't have ORCIDs, right? So there are still these things at the very bottom, the very basic ones that are not there. So, and that limits the efficiency of what we are trying to do here. So it's not something that we like doing, right? Like coming to someone and saying, you really should have this ORCID or Scopus ID or whatever, but that's probably a pre-step to talking to them about how to have fair data.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time and for your engagement. It was a really nice discussion. And big applause for our panelists, please. So now I would like to hand over either to Professor Matyska or to Misha, moderator, for the final word. I don't know. So how are we going to do that?
I'm late, so I will probably take it
okay.
directly.
Before that, maybe? Oh. I can't hear myself. I should, okay, I should come here. Great. As has been announced, the final remarks will be delivered by Luděk Matyska. But before that, I would really like to thank you all for being here, and I would like to encourage you keep in touch with us and with each other's, and it was great. Thank you.
To send you home. So I hope that you enjoyed the conference, and I especially hope that during the conference you learn at least a little bit more about how we interpret the EOSC within Czechia, what we would like to prepare, and who is engaged in the preparation and implementation of EOSC in Czechia. I also hope that you will take with you home the message that the first phase, which was the preparatory phase, is nearing its end, and the next phase, which will be the first phase of usage and the tangible products usable by the researchers, is just almost next door, which means next year, and that you are at the moment invited to really start thinking how you will utilize, how you will benefit from the things which we are now preparing and which we are, say, making as the EOSC implementation in Czechia. So I hope that you learned at least a little bit toward this goal, and I'm very glad that at least part of you survived till the overflow of the time which we had. And from the save the date, which you see behind me, you see that we are not always completely clear with the timing, because you are asked to save the date for the whole month. So please don't worry, it will be only 1 or 2 days, but we still don't know when. And this is also the last message. We know that it will happen, we only don't know when exactly it will happen. We don't know precisely how it will happen, but the EOSC is upon us. Thank you very much, and safe trip home.